Alright, hi everyone. This should be a commentary of Golden Sun 100% speedrun, and I'll try to justify and explain what the hell's going on, because there are some very strange things that happens in the run that you probably don't encounter when you are playing this game casually. And we've already encountered the first thing that I do intentionally that I was talking over while I was speaking. The first thing that you might have noticed is that I had 11.7 seconds on my timer. And it may seem kind of strange to have a countdown on the timer before you start, but it's actually very intentional. A lot of the game now has become about random number manipulation, and the way that the first few fights in this game are determined is by the number of frames you spend in the title screen and in this first screen of Veil that we're currently in. So I'm just going to change the color to purple because I like purple, and I changed the measure speed to fast because it's quicker, obviously. So the amount of frames I spend in this screen is going to determine what happens in the fights that happen in the next room. And I've worked out that 11.7 seconds normally gives me the right set of encounters, and when it doesn't, I'm able to still kind of fix it up. So we'll do that. So yeah, we're just getting through the first few cutscenes of the game now, and we got Garrett, etc. Get through all this text. A lot of this game is text. I'll try not to explain too much now because there's a big long 40-minute gap of cutscenes, but we'll still do this. So one thing that we try to do is we try to minimize the amount of frames that we waste. So here I'm trying to align myself with that purple flower to my left and that gap in the fence to the north. And if I can align Isaac in the right position, I don't have to move when I talk to that guy. So here are the first three fights. You always get the run from something that gives you attacks first. Now if I'd done this right, I should have got the run here, but I didn't. Yeah, bad. Oh wait, is this the right one? I think it is. Ah no, yeah, there we go. And so then I attack cancel there, and I'll explain attack cancelling later. Sorry, it just looked like a different run that I'd done earlier in the day, because I had the same sequence come up, same incorrect sequence that is. So more cutscenes, we get to see Jenna and Felix, and Jenna goes south, and Dora comes up and talks to us, so that's okay. So they'll talk about stuff for a while, and it's worth pointing out that this room is what I call an RNG hell room. Basically, it's continuously adding random numbers while I'm in this room. Now, not every room will do this, but certain rooms will. I'll try to explain more about this later. But the upshot of that is that there's one more encounter I have to fight, and there's actually nothing I can do about it. It's completely random. So I may get it, I may not get the. I may get the run, I may not get the run. So we'll see. I'm pretty sure I get the run on this one. I'll explain more about the random number stuff once we get to the fiendishly long cutscene. And there we go, I got the run from that fight, so that's good. And so really there's not much more to Veil. The Veil prologue anyway. The last thing we want for a speedrun is for Minardi to either use like Mad Blast or Fiery Blast or something to that effect to kill us. If they use attack, if Satoros and Minardi attack us, Garrett can survive sometimes. And if Minardi uses Death Seize, that takes a long time. So we really wanted to use up area effect synergy to blow everyone up so we die quickly. That usually happens. In particular, when you get good RNG patterns, i.e. you get to run from everything, then Minardi usually cooperates. And when you normally get bad RNG patterns, Minardi tends to do bad things like attacking and you surviving. Just a funny little quirk about the RNG. So we come back. We're going to say hi to Felix. The boulder's going to come down, which hopefully everyone knows the story about the boulder. You probably do if you're watching this. In any case, the boulder's going to come down. after some more cutscenes. Like I said, this game is mostly cutscenes. There we go, now we can run again. And all that's left now in the Veil Prologue is the Satoris Minati fight. And that's just about to happen. So like I said, we want to get attacked. We don't want to get attacked here. We want, yeah, Nova. Nova works fine. Both of us die in one turn, very quick. We also choose to run there because that basically gives us no action. So if we attacked, that would be slow. If we defended, we could probably survive more stuff. So just running just makes more sense. Okay, so now we're in Vale 3 years later. And unfortunately, there are more cutscenes. This one annoying thing about running Golden Sun as a speedrun is that the first, I don't know, 50 minutes of this game is mostly cutscenes. Even Soul Sanctum, which is supposedly the first dungeon in the game, can be largely skipped using a retreat warp. I'm trying to refrain from explaining what that is until we get to that horribly long cutscene, because otherwise we'll have nothing to talk about. And so we spam through this dialogue because we have nothing better to do. Really, there's not much to the Veil Prologue. You can try go to Soul Sanctum early, but it won't let you, so we have to go get Kraden. But that's not a problem. I guess there is one thing worth talking about in Soul Sanctum. A lot of guides and stuff recommend that you farm for some oil drops in Soul Sanctum, and while you can do that, it's actually not at all necessary. Even something like Sleet, which they recommend farming an oil drop for, can be killed in one turn without the need for Sleet, without the need for an oil drop. So they really just eat up time for no reason. Sleet, by the way, is the Djinn in Mercury Lighthouse. Sleet's quite useful, so we're gonna make sure we get him. I guess it's worth talking about what is 100%, because a lot of people don't agree that this is a 100% category, but it's what we run. It doesn't matter what it is, but we call it 100%. The 100%, basically, all is required of it is that we get all the Djinn in the game. We don't have to kill Deadbed, which may disappoint some people, but he is actually not that hard to kill. I have a video illustrating that you can kill him at a very low level without much trouble. We don't have to get all the synergy items either. This run's going to skip Force, because Force is not needed to complete the game. Some people think that you should, but really Force adds 20 seconds to the run. It's not a big deal. Yeah, so all we have to do is get all the Djinn, then beat beat the Fusion Dragon, and that constitutes, as far as we're concerned, 100%. There are two other categories that I think are worth running. First one is the any percent, which is obviously beat the game as quickly as possible. At the moment I have the record for that, but that's more because I've done so much work on this game that I understand it inside and out, and no one else has bothered to pay any notice to any percent. Everyone's been focusing on 100%. So I have the any percent record at the moment, and it's pretty terrible. It's probably can be sub 4 real time. The record, I think my record at the moment is like 3:49 or something in game. It's pretty quick, but it's still pretty trash. And the other one is the Golden Sun 2% speedrun, which basically consists of getting 6 of each of the Djinn, get Force, and get Lift. And that's basically the minimum requirements to get a 100% file in Golden Sun 2. My Golden Sun 2 run, our Golden Sun 2% run was pretty bad. It's actually ended up slower than the run that we're going to do here today, which was really terrible. But with that said, it's still an interesting category. It's probably closer to the any percent than the 100%, but it's still an interesting run. Anyway, we're finally out of the first cutscenes, and then we run into more cutscenes. So rest assured, we're not going to be playing any of this game for the next 3 minutes. But yeah, an interesting thing about the Golden Sun 2% category is that the idea is that it's combined with the Golden Sun 2 run. And you want to minimize the time spent across both games, not just in one game. So that means the decision like getting Sap, for instance, who is the Djinn in Vault. Do you get Sap or do you not get Sap? If you get Sap in this game, you don't have to get him in the next game, for instance. Actually, a better example is Bane, because Bane is the one on Crossbone Island. He's the one that we skip. Turns out that getting Bane in Golden Sun 1 takes a hell of a lot longer than it does to get Bane in Golden Sun 2, where he's located like just before the Star Magician. And so it actually takes a whole lot less time to do that. So it turns out we only ever get 6 of each of the Djinn for the Golden Sun 2% run, because it's overall quicker. We also make some decisions like we get the Golden Boots in, or we activate the Golden Boots event in Golden Sun 1, and that gives us access to the Golden Boots in Golden Sun 2, which is a ridiculously good item. It gives you plus 15 defense, plus 30 agility, which is actually really useful. So yeah, I think that's a really intellectual speedrun, but it does take 14-ish, 13-ish hours to complete. So it's pretty long. With that said, this is just the 100%, so we're not planning on carrying this through to a Golden Sun 2 run. Okay, so when we talk to Kraden, we try to align ourselves up with the purple flower on the left of Isaac. It's gone off the screen now, but there's a purple flower to the left of Isaac. We try to align ourselves with that flower and with just south of Kraden, and that minimizes the amount of space that Isaac needs to run. Okay, so we're finally going to enter Soul Sanctum. Oh, but I do need to split. Hold on. And Soul Sanctum's quite interesting because we skip the whole damn thing. And we do that using what's called a retreat warp. It's quite an interesting glitch, and I'll try to explain what happens when we do it. Okay, so the retreat warp works like this. First of all, you have to drain all of Isaac's PP. Well, below 6 PP. And so you'll see me do move, how many times? 7 times to drain my PP to 4. Then I'm also gonna have retreat hotkeyed to, I think I hotkey it to R. So there I've set move to L, retreat to R. So now I'm moving to drain PP, and then you use retreat. And what happens is the game says you used retreat, but you didn't have enough PP. And this action does some really strange stuff. So I'm going to save here. I'm going to do a hard reset. And you'll see what happens. And I'm here. You can't see me, but I'm actually running up. I'm well to the left of the screen and out of bounds. And voila, this is the last room in Soul Sanctum. And that's how we do it in a very, very short amount of time. So, what's going on there? Well, that's a good question. So, it turns out that your position in this game, or well, where you are, where the game thinks you are in Golden Sun 1 is controlled or told to you by 3 memory addresses. Now, the first memory address tells you which room you're in. So it could be room 1 or whatever it is. The second memory address tells you which dungeon you're in. So in this case it'd be room 1, Soul Sanctum. Great. The last memory address is simply a repeat of the first coordinate. There's a reason for that, and we'll come to that in a minute. So what happens when you use the retreat glitch? When you attempt to use the retreat, the game changes the first memory address to the first room in the dungeon, as if retreat had succeeded, but it obviously hasn't. So what happened now is that you're in, say, room 3, but the game thinks you're in room 1, and so when you go through a door, it will try to access that door as if it was a door from room 1, and you can get some very strange applications of this, and we'll cover those when we get to, in particular, Mercury Lighthouse. But what it also means is that when you save the game and reload it, the game will load you into the first room of the dungeon, retaining your coordinates from the third room. And that's what we used in Soul Sanctum to get out of bounds. Basically, it kept our position relative to the room the same, but loaded us into the first room of the dungeon. And that gets us out of bounds. And now, one thing that we've discovered with getting out of bounds is that there are a whole bunch of garbage doors around the edge of the map. And these garbage doors, we're not quite sure of their origin. My theory is that they're remnants from programming, and that they're just hanging around because they were once actual doors, but as the game got reprogrammed, they just became garbage doors. Other people think that they are leftover, that they're just manifestations of the game's RAM, and that these doors somehow just come out of nowhere because the RAM is just manifesting these strange things. And this isn't such a strange concept, because in, say, Super Mario World, what happens when you glitch the game so heavily that you can actually jump on weird manifestations of the RAM. So it's not like inconceivable that that's the case, it's just not what I think is the case. In any case, these garbage doors do exist on the outside of the first room, outside of a variety of rooms. And all we do is that in Soul Sanctum we've discovered that it happened in the first room of the dungeon. There happens to be a garbage door which leads to the end of the dungeon. And so all you have to do is find this door and walk through it, and you're done. And yeah, we use this idea quite a bit. It turns out to be quite useful. So of course we're just finishing off the Soul Sanctum, and while I was on my spiel about retreat and stuff, I missed a small little note that I should mention, and that is that we didn't use move to solve that last puzzle unless it was absolutely necessary. And that's because move takes way longer to do than just pushing it. So, anytime we can push, we will push. Anytime we have no choice, we will unfortunately have to use move. And so that's just a little time saver there. I think moving takes 3 times as long as pushing it does. Yeah. So this cutscene here is the reason why I hate running this game. It means that, because basically the next 20 minutes is just solid cutscenes, barring running around getting the elemental stars. So that's kind of annoying. And unfortunately, we haven't found any way to skip this yet. I don't think we'll find a skip, but whatever. The reason I don't think we'll find a skip is that this room is actually its own separate dungeon, so it's very unlikely we'll find any skips into or out of here. But that's okay. So this room's quite... there's a cool fact about this room and how the elemental stars are presented. If you consider the position of the lighthouses on the Wayard world map in relation to Vale, then Mercury is to the top right, Venus is to the bottom right, Jupiter's to the bottom left, and Mars is to the top left. And that's exactly how the elemental stars are laid out in this room. And that's quite a cute little addition from the game programmers. I'm not sure if that was the intention, but it certainly looks like it. But yeah, there's nothing really special about this room other than that we have to finish it. So I'll try to talk more about retreat warps when they come up, because there's a pretty interesting one in Mercury Lighthouse, for instance. But this is probably a good time to talk about random number manipulation, because that's become a very, very, very large part of doing this run quickly. So we've been looking at the RNG and trying to work out ways to basically reverse engineer it so that we can control it. Golden Sun 1 is kind of special in that you're capable of resetting the random numbers if you do certain actions. Now there are two actions in particular. One of them is a hard reset, and this resets what I call the battle random number, which indicates item drops and things like that. It's basically the classic random number manipulation that you'll find on game FAQs or something like that. So that's one way you can control the random numbers. That also resets like the party that you should get in the room, but it doesn't reset how close the next encounter is. And that actually became a problem in this run, and I'll point that out when we come to it. So hard resets some of the random numbers, but not all of them. Very recently, well, relatively recently to the lifespan of the game, I worked out that doing a sanctum warp, i.e. a data recall, which you can do by holding start and L on the start screen while trying to load into your game, that actually using a sanctum warp or a data recall actually resets the other random numbers. So actually doing a hard reset sanctum warp resets all of the random numbers, and we can control everything absolutely perfectly. This was quite good, obviously. So that meant we now could have a strong control over what we were doing and how we were doing it. And so that's why hard resets and sanctum warps are a large part of this run. It's also worth pointing out that if you do a soft reset sanctum warp, that it will also reset the numbers that a sanctum warp will, except it won't reset things like the battle random number and things like that. So you can't get item drops by using soft reset sanctum warps, but you can control things to some extent, and we take advantage of that later on in the run. I'll try to point it out when we come to it. So now that once we worked out that you can actually reset the random number generator, we also learned that you can manipulate how the random numbers come out, and this is because the Game Boy Advance doesn't actually generate its own random numbers. It actually has got a built-in table of random numbers, and the game simply goes along and recalls, okay, this element from this row, and that gives you the result. Now, because it's not a true random number generator and instead just a table of numbers, by doing the same set of actions, you can jump to the same place in the random number table, and by doing that you're able to get predictable and reliable results. Now, for a speedrun, the application of this is that, well, in theory you could get item drops, but we're not really interested in that. What you can do is you can manipulate every fight in this game, well, almost every fight in this game so that you can run from it. And this greatly speeds up things, because now you don't have to waste time fighting them. You can just run from everything. And indeed, this run we will run from everything except Djinn and major bosses. Yeah, we will. And so that's why RNG manipulation has become so prevalent in these Golden Sun runs. So how do you manipulate the RNG? Well, that's a very good question as well. There are the first thing we worked out that can manipulate the RNG is using various synergy out of battle. Now, every synergy has its own impact on the RNG, and that impact will differ depending on whether it's used inside a cave, or in a dungeon, or in the overworld. Certain synergies are linked, and they'll have the same kind of effect. A good example of this is Halt and Douse have the same action in and out of dungeons. There doesn't seem to be any logic to how these things are paired up, but hey, it's how it works. There are a bunch of synergies which don't have any impact on the random numbers inside a dungeon, and these are ones like Whirlwind, Cloak, Mind Read, things like that. And all of those are synergies used outside of battle by an NPC. The one exception to this rule is Move, which is used by Garrett right at the start of the game. But otherwise, any synergy used by an NPC at some point in this game will have no influence on the random numbers inside a dungeon, but it will have influence in the overworld, and we'll use this fact on our way to Emil. I'll try to point that out as well. So, synergies can manipulate the random numbers. Okay, so then the next discovery came quite recently, and that is that by entering in an attack, so Isaac attack this monster, then you go to Garrett and select his attack. But by entering in Isaac's attack, or anyone's attack for that matter, you actually change the random numbers. And it doesn't matter what you do or who you do it with, the change in the random numbers is the same. And this is called attack cancelling. And we've already seen this once in the run, and right at the very start, I ran into two toadstools. What I did is I entered in an attack with Isaac, I cancelled it by hitting B, and then I ran. This is another way we can manipulate whether we can run or not. And indeed, we will. I'll point this out again later, because on our way to Emil, we're going to abuse this quite a lot. And in fact, we're going to abuse it so that it manipulates us one less fight on our way to Emil, which is kind of cool, which is really, really useful for us actually. There are a few other ways of manipulating the random numbers. And one of those, strangely enough, is actually saving your game. By saving your game, you change the random numbers in the game. Unfortunately, we haven't quite found an application of this yet, so you're not going to see it in this run, but it's something you should keep in mind if you're ever thinking about, oh, how am I going to manipulate the random numbers in this game? Okay, so that's how we can control random numbers. Well, that's the upshot of it anyway. There are a few problems. Surprisingly. There are certain rooms in this game which I call RNG Hell Rooms. I've already mentioned this. And they continuously add random numbers to your game. Or really, they're just continually jumping across this random number table in a kind of uncontrollable way. What that means is that when you're in one of these RNG Hell Rooms, you have no idea where you are in the random number table, and anything can essentially happen. It's so finicky that every frame, if you delay by one frame, that's it. You're screwed. So what are RNG Hell Rooms? Well, most towns are. Any town which has got a person randomly moving around is an RNG Hell Room. There is only one town in this game which I know of that is not an RNG Hell Room, and that's Xi'an. For some reason, it's the only one. Anyway, so every other one is an RNG Hell Room. Any room with an active object For instance, a nut swinging on a tree, a synergy stone that's flashing. Anything of this nature also is an RNG hell room. And I'll point that out in Mogul Forest, because that's where one of my least favorite RNG hell rooms is, because you can just die. The last one, which is going to cause us a lot of problem, is actually Lamakan Desert. Like, the entirety of that is basically an RNG hell room. As you run through Lamakan Desert, every little dust cloud you kick up jumps you to a different place in the RNG table. And we're going to kick up a lot of dust clouds, so we're just basically going to have no control over how that dungeon turns out. And you'll see that's going to have some pretty bad consequences for us, and is one of the lowlights of this run. Nevertheless, this run's good enough to showcase, I think. So, RNG manipulation is quite powerful. The problem is that if you're using RNG manipulation methods, you have to be absolutely precise in your inputs. Inputting anything wrong will screw things up. If anyone knows Worcester and has followed his runs, one of his very first Golden Sun 100% runs, he did a bit of RNG manipulation. Not to the extent that we're going to do, but he did a little bit. And part of his RNG manipulation was to manipulate to get 8 turns before Eruption on Satoros. We're going to do the same thing, but we'll do it a bit differently. In any case, he required that Sleet hits exactly 2 people with Ice Horn, I think. Or Drench, or Tundra, one of those two. The point is, it hits 2 people. And one time he attack cancelled in the first round without realizing that attack cancelling manipulates the random numbers. And this causes Tundra or whatever it is to hit 3 people. And by hitting 3 people, it screwed everything up. And now he had like a turn 2 eruption, I think, or something ridiculous like that. Anyway, we're retreating out of Soul Sanctum. The cutscene's finally over. Well, not really. We have to endure more cutscenes. In any case, that just kind of illustrates how precise you have to be. Like, an extra attack cancel that's it. RNG methods fail. Alright, what's going on here? Yeah, so we're going to enter Soul Sanctum. It's going to suck. Oh, no, we're not going to enter Soul Sanctum. We're going to enter Veil Sanctum. And it's going to suck. Because we have to endure more cutscenes. In any case, that's a brief overview of the 2 major tricks in this run. That is, the Retreat Warp and the RNG manipulation. We'll, oh yeah, one more thing about the RNG manipulation that I forgot, is that if your levels are different, the parties you get are different. I'm sure you probably have noticed if you've played this game that when you're a very, very high level, the rate of encounters outside of in the vault area is a lot smaller than when you're a lower level. And that's just a symptom of the fact that the game looks at your level to determine what encounters you're going to get, which is quite interesting. But it also is quite annoying for a run which relies on this RNG manipulation. So basically, if I take extra fights, that's a bad thing. If I kill a boss without a rainbow kill when I wanted a rainbow kill, that's also quite a bad thing, because it means I won't have the right levels at the right point of the game. So we have to be very, very, very careful about how many fights we take. Oh, 0. And how we just have to be mindful of our levels as we go on, and we have to be very precise. It also means that unless you copy everything that I do, the chances are the RNG methods won't work for you. It may be that the game thinks your levels are too high, and will generate different parties which will have different turns where you got to run on. So that's worth keeping in mind if you're trying to replicate this. I know one other runner, Bloodduster, he was trying out some stuff in Bilibin Cave with the RNG methods, and the third party that he was supposed to get wasn't turning up, and that was most likely because he was over-leveled for that point of the game. So yeah, you have to be precise. So yeah, we're just getting the mission from the healer. If you answer no here with Isaac, the game ends. Well, it doesn't end. You get to walk around for a bit, and if you leave the sanctum, the game ends, and it says the world, the world headed to its fated destruction, which is kind of ironic given that lighting the lighthouses was going to save the world. So I'm quite curious as to how the fated destruction thing plays out. In any case, that would be your low percent bad ending for this game, which would be, it would be a terrible speedrun basically. So here's the decision. Okay, I just decided yes, I'm going to take on the burden of saving the world. So I've avoided losing the game. Unfortunately, there are still more cutscenes. But I assure you, after this cutscene it gets a lot better. Well, after Flint it gets better. At least then we can talk about interesting things. It's probably worth pointing out that we don't really focus on equipment. I kind of alluded to this earlier when I was talking about the RNG methods. We don't actually use the RNG methods at all to manipulate for items. Well, I lie. I lie. We do manipulate for items at one point in the run. And that's, we get crystal powders for Satoros. But other than that, we don't manipulate for any items. And that's because, or any equipment, should I say. We don't need any equipment other than what's given to us, because largely equipment doesn't matter. The most important thing in Golden Sun is not equipment, but how many Djinn you get. And Djinn give you so much power-ups allocated properly that they're just everything. And so you can beat any boss basically with really bad equipment. I do buy some equipment for the Fusion Dragon fight, and there's a very good reason for that, and you'll see that reason when we come to it. Basically, no, I won't spoil it. You'll have to wait till the end, or skip to the end, because if you're watching this, you probably can skip it. So yeah, we continue on with our annoying little Veil cutscene. So this is where we get the send-off. Yeah. Not much to say, really. I'm just impressed I was able to talk for 20 minutes about stuff, trying to make the most boring part of this game more tolerable. So we get some herbs here. Those herbs actually are important. Garrett needs 2 herbs to survive Satoros properly. Those catch beads we won't equip until Crossbone Isle. There's only one point in the game where you actually need catch. So... and it's for a particular key or something. Alright, now we get Flint. And Flint's a bit of a bastard, really. if anyone's played Golden Sun 2, which I hope you have because it's an amazing game and just recently celebrated its 10-year anniversary. Fun fact. Echo works almost identically to Flint in every way, except he allows you to skip this cutscene, and for that reason, and that reason alone, he is far preferable to Flint. Flint's just annoying. Go away, Flint, we don't like you. So after Flint, there are some random numbers that get added to your game because because the Vale room you happen to be in adds random numbers, and basically stuff goes bad. And after you fight Flint, you get extra random numbers and everything goes bad. Long story short, we don't really have control over the encounters at this point in the game. We could have control over them, but on average, it turns out slower to use those methods than just to roll the dice. So we don't bother controlling it. So we hope that you're able to get no encounters on the way to Vault. I think we get one. It's probably worth pointing out that encounter rates in forests are a lot higher than encounter rates outside of forests. And there's a little thin strip of land right between the forest and the mountain that is not forest, and so we try to stay in that as much as possible. See how I've got a shadow? When you have a shadow, you're not in a forest. When you don't have a shadow, you're in a forest. Yeah, so I get a fight, and that's annoying. Oh well. So now we endure this cutscene. As far as I'm aware, the only time like overworld events happen is this point and the bandits in Golden Sun 2. Oh, and of course riding back from Lumpa. But we don't do that in this run. We have to get Tonic first. Supposedly this Vale eruption causes the Synergy Stones to be implanted everywhere across the world. One wonders how a Synergy Stone gets inside Tret, but I can accept it. And at this moment, a Synergy Stone must have come and hit Leo in the head, and that gives him Synergy powers. So I just have to cure Garrett there, otherwise he dies against the bandits. Garrett and I believe Isaac are going to take a hit. And this is me being dumb. You don't actually have to talk to him. I was just on autopilot. So now we talk to Ivan and we get Ivan. And so see how Ivan's using Mind Read here? This makes it a synergy that doesn't have any impact on a dungeon, basically, as I've previously mentioned. At least that's my theory. So yeah, unfortunately this is still cutscenes. As I already alluded to, this game has a lot of cutscenes. But if you've made it this far, you've the worst is behind us, put it that way. Okay, so up ahead we're going to grab mint from the inn. And this mint is not necessary, but I think it's a very good idea to get. This mint will be given to Ivan. And that mint will allow Ivan to outspeed Satoros once we fight him at Mercury Lighthouse. If you don't get the mint, then you're essentially on a speed tie with Satoros. Well, the game's definition of a speed tie anyway. and sometimes Satoros will act before you. And since Ivan's going to be playing the role of healer during that fight, I really want him to be able to go before Satoros, so it's important for me to get that mint. I don't like leaving it to chance, basically. Trick for this is to go up immediately. And then I get trolled. Because Ivan's being a bastard. Yeah, normally going up works. But Ivan decided he didn't want to cooperate today. Oh well. Not a huge deal. In a subsequent run, I will fix all that stuff up. Okay, so now we're going to go fight the bandits. And one thing I do here is I'm going to do a hard reset right before the bandit fight. Here it is, hard reset. What this does is it's going to manipulate the bandit fight so that they glower ferociously at me, which effectively does nothing. If you don't do that, you basically risk them using herbs a lot, and wasting 2 turns as they heal takes longer than that reset does. So I take the reset. And so this is a fairly easy fight. We use Venus, Flare Ray, Attack, Flare Ray, Attack, Attack, Ray. I may use Attack, Flare Ray in the last turn in the future because it might be quicker. It doesn't really matter though. Yeah, and like I said, they basically just glower ferociously at me and they don't do anything useful. Usually my menuing is a lot better, but I was bad today. And now they're going to start glowering ferociously at me. And there we go. And that's how you do the bandit fight. That bandit sword's only marginally better than a short sword, so we're going to keep it, and we're going to sell it in the next town, and we're going to get Garrett a better weapon. Because we actually do need that better weapon to kill some things. So unfortunately we have to endure more cutscenes. And so at this point in the game, Ivan's about to get the Shaman's Rod. And of course we know how much of an important item that is. It eventually gets traded in Hesperia in the Shaman village, so in return for the Hover Jade, which basically allows you to do Jupiter Lighthouse. So it's kind of cool. So there we go, the bandits are gone. Excuse me. We're getting the items back that they stole. And that last one's obviously the Shaman's Run. Okay. So after this, what do? Well, we run off to Goma Cave. And we need to go get Forge. And to get Forge, we're going to do another retreat trick. It turns out that the first room of the dungeon is connected to the second to last room of the dungeon. And what that means is that we can warp into the second to last part of the dungeon quite early on. And that allows us to get Forge a lot earlier. And yes, it's going to be another 30 seconds before Ivan finally decides to leave. One thing that Golden Sun 2 definitely does better than Golden Sun 1 is how it spaces out the cutscenes. Like, the first 20 minutes of Golden Sun 2 is like the prologue, and that basically takes you up to the end of Flint, which takes 40 minutes in this game, so... oh well. We hit the split the moment he leaves. Bang! There we go. That was a bit early, but whatever. Okay. So now we grab the Water of Life from the mayor. Now many guides will tell you that this Water of Life should be sold. That's a terrible idea. This Water of Life is actually an important Water of Life. It actually allows us to reliably beat Satoros many more times than we otherwise would be able to, and indeed that comes into play in this run. We'll see that when we come to it. Okay, so these fights we're not controlling. So we get the run there, which is nice. I heal because it's probably a good idea to heal, especially when you're not in control of the random numbers. And we make it to Goma Cave without another encounter, so that's fairly good. So now we do this. Again, we're using push here and not move because it's faster. But unfortunately for the next log, we have to use move because, well, you can't push it backwards. Okay, there we go. And up we go. So, like I said, there is a retreat, or a bit which requires us to use the retreat glitch in Goma Cave. So that means we need to be conscious of Isaac's PP as we go through the cave. So what we want to do is we want to be able to drain Isaac's PP as quickly as... well, so that by the time we get to the point where we need to use retreat, he's in the right range of PP. So what we do in this cave is actually we want to be hit by the parties. Like, it's okay for a skeleton to hit Isaac in a fight, because that means I can use Cure. And Cure is really, really quick at draining PP, so it's not a bad thing to be hit in this dungeon. I think we get hit quite a bit, which is good. If you really get stuck for PP drainage, you can move a log, and I'll point that out in a few minutes when we get to it. After this cave, we come to Bilibin, and that's when the RNG manipulation really starts to take off. So, Whirlwind, to get inside. If you keep going up, you can exit the cave, and that's why this retreat glitch works. Okay, so the skeleton attacks Isaac, not a bad thing. Attacks Garrett, that's definitely not bad, and attacks Ivan, that's great, that means I can drain 9 PP. Okay, now I've got 6 PP, so I've got to get rid of 1 more, but I'm going to recover some as I walk, so it'll probably need to be a bit more than that. See, I've recovered 3 PP. I didn't get hit there, which is kind of annoying. If you really get stuck for PP drainage, you can use move to push this guy into position, and yes, while move is slower than pushing, you'd have to drain your PP using move anyway, so it's quicker overall just to use move. And okay, so they hit me once, hit me twice. Okay, great. That puts me exactly down to 5. The reason I get this fight right before saving is that this allows me to get to Forge without an encounter, and that means I get attacks first versus Forge, and that means I can kill him reliably. So we use the retreat warp and we warp here, which is basically there, okay? Retreat warps are pretty funny. Okay. So we get attacks first versus Forge, which is good. Sometimes, if you don't do this, Forge will be able to kill you by using 2 blasts. As you can see, 1 blast almost kills Ivan, so that's why taking that fight right before saving is important. And there we go, we kill Forge. And no one died, which is good. If only everyone walked that fast. Okay, so we just heal up. There's no retreat warps coming up for a while, but it's useful to keep Isaac's PP low, because there are some. We don't really have control over these fights, because once you get Forge, he adds a random number, or jumps you to a random place in the random number table. So we can't really control that, which is kind of annoying, but oh well. Normally you'll only get 1 fight after Forge anyway, and I think we only get 1 fight. Yeah, looks like we do. Okay, so we're going to come to Bilibin, and this is where the run really starts to get interesting. So first of all, we're going to sell our bandit sword, and we're going to buy the long sword for Garrett. No, not that one. This one. There we go. That gives us just enough to buy the broadsword for Garrett, not the long sword. And we do sell our short sword because we need the money for later. So now we have to get the Djinn Blitz. Blitz is pretty good as a Djinn, actually. Right here, I'm going to give the mint to Ivan. I'm also going to give him a Water of Life for Satoros. I'm going to flick those Djinn around so I can use Growth later, and now I'm using Whirlwind to get through. So that's just a bit of menu management efficiency there. Okay, so we'll move the statue out of the way. Okay, so remember how I said that towns are RNG hell, as in they continuously add up random numbers? What's going to happen is I'm going to do a hard reset Sampton warp, and if I'm 1 frame off, I get the wrong party. Fortunately, I haven't got the wrong party in a very, very long time because I've got this down to an art. But I need to leave without any possibility of delay. So importantly, I need to dodge that guy I just passed. If I run into him, that's it, I miss this encounter. So this encounter here is a rat, skeleton, and 2 bats. That are rat, skeleton, 2 bats. You can run from it. So then we continue on running, and then the next fight we get is a rat and 2 bats, if I remember correctly. This fight we need to use 2 attack cancels on. So 1, 2 attack cancels, cancel, run. Great. And now we need to get a fight in the forest. If we get the fight out of the forest, we get a fight that we can run from, but it gives us an extra fight before the Elven Rapier. This guy doesn't, so we run from this one. Great. So that's the first sequence of RNG manipulation in this game that we will do every run. So now I can use Growth, which is why we swapped the Djinn around at Bilibin. Okay, so now we're going to get the Elven Rapier. And if we hadn't gotten the zombie fight in the forest, we'd get a fight right now. Okay, Elven Rapier, equip it. And we set that. Because now what we're going to do is we're going to do another hard reset. Because getting an item in your inventory adds a random number to your game. And now what we drop down there, which also adds a random number, but that's okay, it's a predictable one, and we get this 3 goblin party, and we kill it with Venus, Mars, and Ray. And by killing it with this exact sequence of attacks at this level, means that the next fight we get is a goblin, which we get attacks first on. Then we get a troll party, which consists of like some bees or something, which we can run from, and that gets us through this cave without any encounters. So goblin comes up about now. There we go, there's the goblin. And now we're about to get once we get to this thin bit, we get the troll party. There we go, troll, bee, rat, okay. Now we're going to use 2 moves, and this stops us getting any fights in this part of the cave. So there's 2 moves, done. Okay, that manipulates it so that we skip over a fight that we would have otherwise got. So now we exit this cave, and the moment we exit this cave, we're going to use Mind Read, and that's going to again add more random numbers. We use Mind Read and not Whirlwind because Mind Read takes a sec, like point something of a second to use, where Whirlwind takes forever. So now we get Mauler and 2 gnomes. We use 2 attack cancels and we can run from it. So there's your 2 attack cancels and we run. Next fight we get is 2 Maulers. Now, you can run from this Mauler party without attack cancelling, but it gives you an extra fight on the way to Imil. So what we do is we use 2 attack cancels, and that stops us getting any more fights on the way up to Imil. And Imil. Great. And so that's the first RNG sequence in the game. So we get this lucky medal here because we need to get items later on. We'll bring that up later. And getting that lucky medal is surprisingly difficult for anyone who played this game. Okay. So, as you can see, these RNG methods are really powerful things. They can reliably get you from place to place very, very, very quickly. To put this in context, like, we got from Vault to Imil in 10 minutes. That's very quick. Okay. So what do we need to do in Imil? Well, to beat Satoros, we're going to need a lot of herbs. So what we do is we buy, instead of going along and buying 10 herbs, we just buy the maximum number of herbs we can and give them all to Ivan. So after this we get the Hermes water, we get the herbs, and then we're going to go get Fever at the top of the town. And then we can head off and go get, go fight the lizard. Herbs, get max of them, great. I also got a game ticket. I gave the game ticket to Isaac because I want the lift gem to go to Garrett, and I need Isaac to have an extra slot taken up for that to happen. So that's why we get that game ticket. Normally you skip game tickets, but that's the one instance where I want to get one. Okay, so this is Fever. And we're just going to arrange our Djinn here. And I mucked up there. I should have flipped Flint and Gust around. Not Blitz, it's Gust. Okay, Satoros is the next split, and here's the run ender. He has killed more runs than you know. And that's because boss RNG manipulation is a bit trickier than normal RNG manipulation, and the top of Mercury Lighthouse is an RNG hell room, so it's just, you can never predict where he's attacking, and you're so underleveled when you fight Satoros that it's tricky. Basically, we have worked out a few very good games, two very good ways to approach Satoros. We have some pretty, and part of that's getting crystal powders, part of that's setting up the right attack pattern for Satoros, so we get the maximum time before eruption is used, and the other bit is just strategy. Okay, so we've healed up, and now we're going to fight this lizard. I'm going to use Ray with Ivan instead of Jupiter, because Gust is currently on Isaac. That's keeping his, if Gust was unset, his PP would go up. I want to keep it down because we're going to do a retreat warp very soon. Okay, so that's Venus, and now Kirin, which kills. There we go. We just have to make sure we're healed before that lizard fight, otherwise he might kill someone. Okay, so we're going to run up here and get Mia. Now, many people may have seen the skip Mia glitch. We'll use that, but we're not going to skip Mia because it's slower. Okay, so we're going to get Mia, and then we're going to do a retreat warp to the end of, to basically near where Sleet is. So I'm going to drain my PP, I'm going to get into retreat mode, so I'm now in retreat mode, and I'm going to walk through a door on the bottom, and then the game's going to think I've walked through that door. Which is obviously not the right place. And that's a result of the game trying to look up the door in relation to the first room and ending up with a different garbage door. Okay. So this is the siren fight, and we're going to manipulate this fight so that we get a crystal powder. By killing that siren, we get a crystal powder. I attack cancel there to manipulate the next fight, and I use fire, Mars, and Tundra, and that kills off these two sirens without anyone dying. Great. Alright, and this Mars kills... Oh, no, it doesn't. Tundra kills. No, fire kills. Sorry. Point being, we're going to get a crystal powder. And that Vorpal Slash is not random. It's a manipulated Vorpal Slash. Okay, so the next fight I'm going to get is a siren. But, normally you don't get a siren after this, so I need to use Frost to jump along the random numbers a bit. And then I need to go up and down the stairs, which also changes random numbers. So down, up, back down, and now I've manipulated for a siren fight, which I'm going to use to kill stuff. So I'm going to use Jupiter and Fever, Flashbolt, and then I accidentally attack cancelled, which is actually problematic. It actually meant that stuff started to go really badly. So far everything's okay, and I'm still going to get the crystal powder, but that attack cancel meant that in the next room, Sleet's going to run. Well, I didn't know he was going to run, but it increased the chance he was going to be able to run. So what I had to do is I had to save before the fight, just in case he ran, which he did. So we saved, and now we fight him. So if I didn't do that attack cancel in that siren fight, this would manipulate Satoros successfully into a turn 8 eruption. But what happens is he actually runs after I use Prism in this turn. And he runs. Okay, so I had to reset basically. Never mind. Okay. We have backup strats for this. And so this is the old way we used to manipulate for a turn 8 eruption. It's a while since I'd done it, so forgive me for being rusty. This was me just checking my notes, making sure it was okay. And I think I stuffed it up as well. Yeah, I stuffed it up. Anyway. This is what happens when RNG methods go wrong. It's just kind of nice to see, right? Like, I am human. Anyway, this time we get it right. And doing this exact sequence after a hard reset will manipulate Satoros into using Eruption on turn 8. Now, Satoros is a pattern-based boss, which means that depending on wherever the battle random number is set at the start of the fight, that starts his pattern off, and he won't deviate from that pattern no matter what you do. And so Satoros is going to use Attack, Heat Flash, Attack, Heat Flash, Fireball, Attack, Heat Flash, Fireball, Attack, Heat Flash, and Eruption. Which should be the turn 8 Eruption, or something to that effect. And so that's the pattern we're manipulating him into right now. But he'll always reliably follow this pattern, and most of the bosses seem to be pattern-based. I know that Manticore definitely is. Other ones we're not quite sure. Okay, so now we're going to retreat out of here. You can use the retreat warp on the bottom room, or leaving this room, and you'll warp near the end of the dungeon, but then you have to endure lots of cutscenes. So it's actually quicker just to go and do the famous Mia skip, which is basically use the retreat warp on this door as you come back. So retreat, and we end up at the top of the lighthouse. We have to make sure we give these crystal powders to Garrett. So this is just a bit of a setup to make sure that we're ready for the Satoros fight. By the way, that Synergy Crystal being up there, that's one of the reasons why this fight is so hard to predict, because the RNG is continually being manipulated by that annoying Synergy Crystal. Okay. So now we're going to fight Satoros, and there's a big long cutscene. But this fight doesn't go exactly according to plan, and as a result, it's quite obvious to see why Satoros kills so many goddamn runs, because he's a bastard. So there are a few ways to approach Satoros. Worster has his own approach, I've got my approach. I'm sure Astrius has his own approach as well. But one key thing about all the best strategies for Satoros is that the preparation needed to beat Satoros when he's got a turn 8 eruption is a lot less than when he's got a turn 7 eruption. When he's doing a turn 7 eruption, which is basically after a hard reset on top of the lighthouse, then you basically need 3 to 4 crystal powders if you're at my level right now, and even then the fight's pretty risky. One problem is that, actually, using the correct way to do this, as in if I didn't attack cancel against the Siren, what would happen is that Satoros tends to be nicer than if I do it this way. The way that I've done it, what can happen quite often is that he'll start to pick on Garrett, and an attack followed by a fireball on Garrett will kill him, even if I heal with a herb. And that can be a problem, and it is a problem in this. And that's just a problem, or that's just the different RNG methods spitting out slightly different results for Satoros. Okay. So turn 1, Spire, Venus, Jupiter, Nereid. Okay, and now that he's attacked Garrett, I'm thinking, okay, he's probably in a bad attack cycle. He's probably going to kill Garrett. Anyway, Ivan's role in this fight is to heal whoever's got hurt last. Garrett will use crystal powders where appropriate, and Mia's just going to deal as much damage as she possibly can. Okay, now I'm sure that Satoros is probably gonna kill Garrett. Okay, so this turn is a fireball turn, which means that I need to take precautions to not die, which basically means heal. So by healing Garrett and Ivan with Isaac and Garrett respectively, it means that I'm far less likely to die. And Garrett survives with 3 HP, and that's a pretty solid effort by Garrett. Okay, great. This turn is an attack turn, so if he attacks Isaac right now, Isaac dies. But I have a Water of Life, so I'm not that worried about it. Okay. Okay, so he attacks Garrett again. He's clearly got something in for Garrett. Okay, now Isaac's out of the danger zone and we're all good. What do I do here? Oh yeah, this is another fireball turn. So we heal up again. This time, however, Garrett is not so lucky. This time Satoros decides that he wants to target Garrett, and Garrett dies. So this is obviously not going according to plan, but this is where backup strats come in. And the backup strats are to use the Water of Life in the place of a herb, and hope to God he doesn't attack Mia. Okay, and whew, attacked Ivan, thank God. So we're in very, very risky territory right now, because he's going to attack this turn. So I'm kind of thinking, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, what's going to happen? So I decide to heal Ivan, because he's more likely to die than Mia, basically. See, Mia took the hit. Okay, so this is the eruption turn. And eruption can just kill everyone. So I'm basically dicing with death. So the first two guys defend, and Mia tries to kill. And then something glorious happens. So here's the eruption. Ivan survives with 8 HP. Solid effort, Ivan. Well done, buddy. In any case, now the fight's easy. He's got, like, not that much health left. And Mia tanks the critical attack. It's just beautiful stuff. And the sleet kills him. I didn't get a rainbow kill, but that's okay. I didn't want a rainbow kill. Here we go. And that's how I beat Satoros in this run. You can probably see from that Satoros is quite an annoying fight. And I guess the obvious question is, well, you're manipulating the random numbers so much, why can't you get like more control over him? Why can't you do like a reset right on the edge and just get in there? Basically, there are two reasons why that's hard. First of all, you miss the turn 8 eruption. Doing a hard reset right next to Satoros and getting in there actually is going to... It's going to mean you're going to get a turn 7 eruption, which means you've got one less turn to kill him. That's a problem. Secondly, even if you're on the top of the lighthouse and do a hard reset right next to Satoros and then just run right in, the attack, where Satoros decides to attack, is actually saved when you save the game, and the only way to clear that information is using a Sanctum Warp. So even if you do a hard reset on top of the lighthouse, you're still fucked. So that's why Satoros is pretty much impossible to manipulate. But you start to notice some patterns after you've done this fight. I don't know how many times I've done it now, 20, 30, 40, 50, 80-ish. I've done it a lot. You start to notice patterns in how he attacks and how you might survive a Satoros fight. And for instance, taking the chance with defending with Isaac and Garrett and healing with Ivan. That's something that my experience told me, you know, chances are we will survive this, but you never know. In any case, we're past Satoros, and here's the first major hurdle in this run. The first minor hurdle is Sleet, because if Sleet runs, that's it, as we saw before. But Satoros is the one that goes, okay, your run is over. In any case, the run lives on, and indeed this run lived and finished quite well. Okay, so that's Satoros. Next up is Tret. Now fortunately, we're quite high leveled relative to the parties near Bilibin. So that means we can use Avoid. We used to fight Satoros at a much higher level, but then we worked out that actually because we can manipulate for crystal powders, we can beat Satoros at a much lower level. Like we went into that fight at level 5, 5, 6, and 10, and we beat Satoros. At least I think that's right. It might have been 6, 6, 6, 5, 6, 10, or something like that. Point being, low levels. So we heal up. Yep. Oh, anytime the sound might die is just when it's something I clicked out and was checking my notes for stuff, scrolling down, seeing what's next in the notes. So next up is Tret. As you might expect, there is an RNG sequence which takes us from Emil to the end of Bilibin Cave. Now, part of this RNG sequence is that we need to save an Emil, and Emil is an RNG hell area. So what we have to do is, when we go into Emil, we need to save immediately, then reset. We could Sanctum Warp, but I don't think it's necessary because I've got this fairly consistent. So you save immediately, hard reset, great. Okay, now we exit Emil and use a mind read. Great. Now, if done correctly, you should get a gnome fight. Now-ish. There we go. Gnome fight, we get to run from it. The next fight is a Mauler party, and sometimes he comes with slime, sometimes he comes with gnomes. It doesn't really matter. In any case, we can run from it, so that's good. We get one fight in this cave near the end. It's a troll party, if I remember correctly. I don't remember every party, but I'm pretty sure this one's a troll party. Yep, troll party. Okay. And then when we get to the first half of the cave, we use move. That gives us another troll party which we can run from. About now. There we go. And then after that we get 2 slimes. And I worked out that by beating the slime party with a thorn and a plasma, Garrett actually gets a level up. And I think that's probably a good thing. It means that Avoid's slightly more effective in Kalima Forest. Okay, so that's that little RNG sequence, which is quite cute, and yeah. So swap some Djinn around. In general, Djinn's not going to matter too much, but at this point it kind of does, because we want to try get as many rainbow kills as possible. So we need to make sure that Isaac has Mars Djinn so he can kill Tret and the Killer Ape and Hydro statue. So we use a Void, that means we don't get any fights, which is great. And unfortunately, there is another annoying cutscene coming up. So this is okay. We don't save Jill. Maybe 120% would do that. If you move quickly, Avoid can almost get to Kalima Forest. In general, you're not going to get any fights anyway, so it's not a problem. Okay, so this is the cutscene with Tret. And depending on how this is captured, you may see good shields, you may see bad shields. Let's see which shields we get. Okay, we get bad shields. Okay. When I actually play this game, the shields look fine. It's just that I'm capturing this at a lower frame rate than the game is playing at. And that means you get this weird kind of bubbling behavior. Unfortunately. Okay, so up to the end of Tret, we're not going to do any RNG manipulation, and there's a few good reasons why we don't. Okay, firstly, Avoid is quite effective until Tret. So that's one reason. We still get fights, but it's quite effective. Secondly, the second room in... might be second or third room. Second room in Kalima Forest actually has a swinging nut on a tree. And that swinging nut makes that room a RNG hell room. So there's an RNG hell room right at the start of the dungeon. That's a problem. Next, the next room after that, the low ground is actually an area where fights are disabled, so it doesn't matter there anyway. Next, Tret has multiple RNG hell rooms, and there's not that many rooms in Tret anyway, and the parties are still quite runnable. So we're not that dependent on actually being able to manipulate the RNG to get through Tret, so that's not a problem. Okay, so we get through this silly cutscene. You get a cutscene whether you go to Kalima or Kalima Forest. It turns out the one going to Kalima Forest is shorter than the one at Kalima, so we do Kalima Forest. We are going to backtrack and grab granite. There's not really a good reason to do that. The time difference between getting granite and not getting granite and getting granite later is like really insignificant. But I feel that getting granite at this point is slightly quicker. I haven't timed it, but my gut tells me it's quicker to do this because it allows us to kill things easier. So we're going to go get granite, and then we're going to do a soft reset Sanctum Warp. Mostly because we don't need to do a hard reset, because Avoid's still in play, and Avoid will stop encounters turning up, and the encounters we can run from most of the time anyway. So it's not worth the extra 7 seconds to do a hard reset. Okay, so we save and soft reset. And Sanctum Warp over here. And that just saves you going back through the tunnel, which is, like, admittedly quite... well, it's quite a bit of time. It doesn't save that much time, but it's still nice to do. Okay, so we just solve these puzzles. There's not too much to worry about. This room's okay. This room's not an RNG hell room. This one is. I've been getting stuck on that tree lately. I don't know why. And I've been going the wrong way. You're supposed to go up the left passage. There we go. See that nut that just flashed onto screen? That guy is the reason we get uncontrollable fights in this area. That stupid nut. God damn it. This is one of my least favorite puzzles in the game. Because I think, in general, I really hate rolling log puzzles. The worst being the one in Golden Sun 2 and Yumpy Desert Cave. We have to use sand, and you have to roll these things. It's a really annoying puzzle. But this one is one of my least favorite in Golden Sun 1. Okay. I'm also trying to stay ahead of a void running out. Okay, attacks first, great. So I'm trying to use a void a few steps before it's going to run out at each point. I forget to do it in the next room, but the first two avoids I tried to do that with. Okay, so we're along here, hit the switch. Switches are quite difficult to hit in this game, surprisingly. And this puzzle's really easy to solve when you're not getting extra items. You just have to push that one left and then puzzle is solved. Okay, we get troll fight, no big deal. And now we enter Tret. This room's okay, this is not an RNG hell room. I don't think this one is either. It's been a while since I've tested Tret, but... yeah, there's also no reason to use a void in this dungeon because all the parties are stronger than at the same level as me, so there's not much point in using a void. So once it runs out, I'm not going to redo it. So if this is okay. Okay, go away. This is an RNG hell room, and that stupid synergy stone up the top is causing the problem. I also think the next room's an RNG hell room, but I don't know why. But it may just be me being silly. Okay, so now we're going to climb up and we're going to get Breeze. Because of course we have to get all the Djinn. So we get Breeze. Breeze likes to run, by the way. And he likes to do annoying attacks. So we heal up, settle our Djinn and fight him. And that's how we beat Breeze. Oh yeah, and he used Plasma. Great. Plasma's probably one of the better ones we can hope from him. But you can see that he packs a bit of a punch. So we just have to be careful and make sure we're healed up for Breeze. And that should kill him. There we go. And because after getting Breeze, you don't really have any control of the random numbers either. And so I just heal up for safety. Okay, now we're off. Actually, I think maybe breaking those leaves generates random numbers. That would make a lot of sense now that I think about it. In any case, that's irrelevant. Okay. Tret's almost over. We just have to climb up here and fall down the right leaf. And there we go. Now, if I was playing risky, I'd just go fight Tret, but I want to be safe, so I save and hard reset. That just lets me know what Tret's going to do next. It means he's going to attack, then use Quake. Yeah, so I double tapped Forge there. That just means that Fever comes back to Isaac first, and that means I can get a rainbow kill on Tret, because he's weak to Mars, strangely enough. Okay, if you don't hard reset before Tret, there is a small chance that he decides to use Sleep Star, and Sleep Star can put someone to sleep, and that will muck this up completely. He may also decide to use Thorn on Ivan twice, and then Ivan dies. So, I just wanted to play it safe, so I took the Tret reset. Alright, he's almost dead. Okay, that's Tret. Now, because after Bilibin, you have the choice of doing Kalima or Emil first, and it makes no sense to do Tret then Emil. So we already have the Hermes water required to heal Tret, which is good. One benefit of getting Granite early, which is the Djinn from Colima, is that we've actually set up our retreat warp. Well, when we do a Sanctum warp, we've actually set up a Sanctum warp to Colima, which now means that after we heal Tret, we can simply Sanctum warp back to Colima, which is good. So we just retreat out, give him the Hermes water, and in good Golden Sun Spirit, endure another bloody cutscene. Yay! Okay, so what happens next? Well, we gotta go get Zephyr, who's the Djinn in Fushin Falls Cave. On the way to Fushin Falls, or Fushin Temple even, I've played around with using a Void to skip encounters to get to the temple, but it turns out that most of the time when you do that, you end up getting 3 encounters on the way to the temple. Ironically, it turns out much quicker if you just hard reset Sanctum Warp, where you only get 2 encounters, which you can run from. So we don't have to use a Void. And basically from now until right before Hydros statue, I'm not going to worry about where my Djinn are. With the exception of making sure that Isaac only has the appropriate Mars Djinn so he can kill people and get rainbow kills. Because Tret, Killerate, and the Hydros statue are all weak to Mars, so that's why we need to do that. I don't know why, but most enemies in this game seem to be weak to Mars, which makes, in a casual playthrough at least, it makes giving Isaac Mars Djinn a very good idea. So here we go, here's the hard reset Sanctum Warp. Here we go. We get a zombie fight here, which we can run from. And then the next fight's going to be like 5 oozes or something like that. Sometimes we don't get the 5 oozes. I'm not quite sure why not. Sometimes we get 3 gnomes. And it doesn't matter which one we get, we can run from both. I haven't really paid too much attention to this little stretch of the game because it's not that important. Oh, 4 oozes, sorry, not 5, never mind. Anyway, so that gets us to Fushin Falls with, or Fushin Temple, with only 2 encounters instead of 3, which is a good thing. Now, if you're doing an any percent speedrun, the chest, or the pot to the right of Navampa contains an unicorn ring, and this cures poison. If you are doing any percent, you don't get tonic, which means that you can't heal poison effectively during the Fusion Dragon fight. Turns out that the best way to heal poison isn't to buy antidotes, it's just to get that unicorn ring and use that to cure your poison. So in an any percent speedrun, we'll grab that unicorn ring. 100% gets tonic, so we don't have to worry about it. Okay, so now we get Zephyr, and Zephyr's quite a unique Djinn. Turns out that Kirin, Ramses, Atlanta, and Nereid, used by the appropriate adept of that element, does 315 damage to Zephyr. And Zephyr only has 314 health, i.e. it's a close kill. Occasionally, sometimes he will he will survive. Oh, retreat whoops. There are lots of retreat whoops around here to get to Zephyr. This is the best one to use because by running into the spikes, you can drain your PP really, really quickly by using Cure, as I'm doing right now. Any other method would require you to use Move, and Move is much slower than hitting those spikes. So while that door is slightly out of the way, like you could run across the Black Abyss and use Retreat on that door up the top right, but it's just quicker to do it that way when you've got high PP. I save there because Zephyr likes to run and sometimes he doesn't die, etc. He used Plasma, great. So yeah, hopefully by now you're starting to get like not too freaked out by retreat warps. Unfortunately, most of the cool retreat warps are done. There's one in the desert. That's about it. In an any percent speedrun, you're able to skip Hydra statue by using a retreat warp. I'll point that out when we come to it. So we're going to heal up, and then we're going to do a hard reset Sanctum warp here. I don't really care about the random number resetting element of the Sanctum warp. I actually just want to get out of the cave. Oh shit, I forgot to split. Never mind, we'll just forget about that. Okay, so we're going into Mogel Forest now. Okay, the problem with Mogel Forest is that, not this room. This room is RNG hell because there is a nut swinging on a tree to my right. There it is. That nut, in the top right of your screen right now, is causing every party that I'm getting to be completely unpredictable. Normally the fights will be either a mole, skeleton mole, bat, or there's one other and I've forgotten it. But it could be anything. It's just nuts because it's frame dependent. Okay, so now I'm out of RNG hell. And what I'm doing now is I'm trying to get an encounter, because this will reset my encounter number of steps to an encounter back to whatever it should be, and that means I can safely RNG manipulate the next few fights in this area. That fight I have to get there is quite scary, because sometimes it can be the triple bone fighter party, and the triple bone fighters can use 3 undead swords on the same person and that person dies. So that's a bit of a risk there, but we're okay. So, okay. This next room, we use moving. Then the next fight we get is going to be 3 bone fighters. But it's okay, because we've got attacks first, so we can just run from that. If I didn't get that fight before saving, this bone fighter party may occur too early or just not at all. And that would mess everything up. Okay, so now I'm going to get a fight here. I forget what it is. Death Head and a Creeper, I think? No, that's later on. Moles and Bats. There we go, sorry. And this manipulates this Djinn here, whose name is Quartz. It manipulates Quartz into using Quake. Oh no, not Quake. It manipulates him into using Gaia. And so we kill him with this set of attacks. And he uses Gaia, and Gaia is not scary in the least. Now I don't have to heal here. I actually don't need to heal until I get to Djinn. But I'm going to heal here anyway, which will save me healing in Djinn, unless things go wrong between here and there, which they shouldn't. Okay, so after this fight, I should get 2 bone fighters. Getting Quartz is one of the Djinn that doesn't change random numbers for some reason. So you can reliably get 2 bone fighters right after this bridge. And we use 1 attack cancel on them, and that gives us the run. In the next room we get Death Head, and we use 3 attack cancels on him, and we get the run. 1, 2, 3, and the run. By getting those fights, it means that, well, I played around with this for quite some time, and basically those 2 fights there give me this Dirge fight here. And any other sequence will give me a fight too early or too late, and that'll muck up the encounter for the next bit of the RNG sequence. So we get the Elven shirt in this room, and the Elven shirt's an amazing piece of equipment which adds 50% of the agility to you, which is it's truly a marvelous item. So that's my setup there for Killer Ape. Move everything off Isaac except for Mars, and double tap Forge so Fever returns first. Now I hard reset, and because I got that Dirge fight where I did, I'm going to get an encounter with the Skeleton Party sometime after this bridge. And this Skeleton Party is important to get after the bridge. If you get it before the bridge, then the next fight happens too early and everything gets mucked up. So we got the skeleton, and then we're going to do a very, very bizarre series of moves. We're going to go back, we're going to exit, go back in, come back out, use move twice, and then we're going to get a Death Head and a Creeper. And this is important. There are Death Heads and Creepers, because this sets up the Killer Ape into an absolutely terrible attack sequence. His first turn is he's going to use Bind on Mia. Second turn, he should use Bind on Mia. Third turn, I've actually got him stunned and he dies. I actually muck up and do an attack cancel, which means he used Bind on Garrett, but it doesn't matter because it fails. So there was my muck up. I accidentally attack cancelled. Anyway, Bind on Mia. Oh dear, her synergy's blocked. Bad if you don't know it's coming, but I know it's coming, so it's not bad. So Cybele. And then Kirin and Nereid. Nereid and Kirin. Doesn't matter. Okay. Great. So now we attack. Use Volcano, Plasma, and attack. And this attack with me is going to stun. This bind fails. It doesn't matter who he uses it on, it always fails. That Vorpal Slash is a manipulated Vorpal Slash. The stun voltage is a manipulated for stun voltage because it stuns the Killer Ape. Now he can't do anything on his last turn. And now we're just free to kill him with a Plasma from Ivan and using Fever with Isaac. And this gives us the Rainbow Kill on the Killer Ape. And another victory for RNG manipulation. There we go. And if I didn't do that attack cancel, I wouldn't get a fight before Djinn. but I did, so I get this fight. That's not a problem. As you can see, I didn't get any fights between courts. I didn't take any damage from Killer 8, so I didn't really need to heal after courts, but it doesn't matter. And then we come to Djinn, and now Djinn doesn't add random numbers because there's no one moving around randomly. So, whatever. We use Frost here to get the Djinn. Great, okay. So that was just me scrolling through my notes there. So now what do I need to do? I need to get Cybele and Neptune ready, which I just did. Hard reset Sanctum Warp to control the fights properly. Well, actually just to control where the encounter happens, not so much the fights. So now we come out of Djinn. This one I don't have to be too accurate on. I don't have to be frame perfect, but it helps. So now we come up and we get a fight. What is it? Bats and something? No, creepers and deathheads. That's the one. And then we fight Corona up on top of this island. Now this is an interesting fight. After you kill Corona, he'll add a random number to the game. Not all Djinn do this, but Corona is one that does do this. And so what we do is we actually map out all of the likely possibilities that happen after Corona. I think in this one we get the Mole and Dirges, and I've mapped out every party that I've come across, and I know how to run from each one. The Mole Dirge party, I believe, takes 3 attack cancels, or maybe it's 2. I don't know, we'll see. And of course, sometimes the methods don't work, so I do a safety heal here. It doesn't cost any time because I'd need to heal for the living statue anyway. And so Mole and Dirges, I take a little while to do anything here, just because I need to check how many attack cancels I need to do. And there we go, 3 attack cancels does it. I also get a fight right before getting into the crossing, and that's okay, I can run from this fight as well. And so that's more RNG manipulation, having fun. Okay, so now we come to Hydros. Well, Alton. Now, the living statues aren't normally a problem, but we're actually at quite a low level. So the only concern I have is that if the living statue decides to attack Ivan, and Ivan isn't defending, he will die. So we just make Ivan defend. Simple solution to simple problems, right? Okay, Frost. So what we do is we use Cybele with Isaac, Tiamat with Garrett, Defend with Ivan, and Prochna with Maya. And that, with Mia, sorry. And that kills the living statue every time. And it also means that Ivan doesn't die, which is always a bonus. So Alton's quite funny. We have to do quite a bit of resetting here because there are more than a few RNG hell rooms. So yeah, there we go. If that damn living statue does that to Ivan, Ivan dies. That's why we defend. Everyone else can tank the hit, but Ivan can't. Okay, so now we do a hard reset Sanctum Warp. It's quicker than using Frost and running out, or using Retreat or anything like that. It also gives us control over the random numbers. Now, I used to screw this up a lot, so I actually have 2 things mapped out. If I do it perfectly, I get 2 Calamars. If I do it slowly,
i.e. I hit something on the way out, which I used to do a lot, I get a spider and an ooze. I did it perfectly, I got the 2 Calamars. I have to use a move here, and that manipulates the next room, not this room, but the room after. Oh no, sorry, no, it is in this room. I get a spider here. Then I run from the spider, yeah. That, I'm thinking the 2 Calamars later on. So that's just more manipulation. This room is an RNG hell room, and that living statue is the reason why it's an RNG hell room, as far as I'm aware. So I can't really control these fights. They're just hell, basically. And basically, at this point, you just go, well, I hope I don't die. And it normally is okay, but sometimes it's a bit annoying. So we flip the switch, which is surprisingly tricky, and then ride the cart. And only 1 encounter in this room, that's really good. You can get up to 3 encounters in this room. And same method as before. There we go. If Ivan didn't defend, there was a chance he died to that. I think he wouldn't have died, but still, there was a chance. It's just safer to do it this way anyway. Okay. So now we heal up and retreat. Now the random numbers are in a place I have no idea where they are, so I have to reset. So this hard reset will give me control over the parties again, but not where the encounters happen. And that's kind of annoying, because that means in the next room I have to wait to get an encounter if it doesn't turn up. So I need to get 2 oozes in this room. Where are they? It takes a while for them to show up, that's the problem. There we go. 2 oozes. Okay. And that just sets me in a good RNG pattern, that's all. Flip the switch. Back in the cart. Okay, so in the next room we have to use growth. And that manipulates for a, I believe it's a spider and 2 oozes. Or it could be a spider and calamar, or something like that. In any case, I run from it. Oozes and calamar, damn it. I thought there was a spider. I actually kind of muck up in this next room, but it doesn't turn out to be too impactful. So I need to use Frost here. So this is the time where I equip the Douse Drop and the Frost Jewel to Isaac. Frost is an amazing ability because it takes about the same time as move, but it drains 5 PP. So I need to do 1 attack cancel there and run from the Calamars, and then I realize I haven't actually used Frost, which is a problem. But that's okay, it turns out I won't get another encounter in this room. So yeah, in future, we'll be using Frost with Isaac to drain PP, where appropriate. That door I just went through, if you use a retreat warp on that door, you actually get transported outside of Elton. And there's also another place where you can use a retreat warp, well, a retreat, save, get out of bounds, and run off the screen type thing to get out of Elton even quicker. Again, we don't have control over these fights, so we'll take some damage, but it's not a big deal. Now it's starting to become a big deal. But I got the run, so it's okay. This can be a bit of a slow process. Now I'm conscious that in Lamakan Desert, I'm going to need to use a retreat warp with Isaac, so I'm conscious that maybe draining some of my PP now might be a good idea. At the same time, I've got to keep in mind I need to use like Frost and stuff later, so I don't want to drain too much. Okay. You could get the Dragon Shield in this room, and that's something that some of the single segment runners have done. And the reason for that is that the Dragon Shield gives you a lot of Mars resistance, and that can be really useful for the Fusion Dragon fight. However, we just don't need it, because we've got way more control over what the Fusion Dragon does than a single segment run. Okay, so after this living statue, we're going to retreat, and we're going to go to the armor shop, and we're going to buy Ivan some armor. This armor will just simply help him survive against the Manticore, and just, in general, just be a little less likely to die. And indeed, the gauntlets that we're going to buy him are actually important, and I'll show you where they're important, because that's, it's quite funny. Okay, so we run along, we come down to the armor shop. We buy gauntlets. And we buy Adept's clothes. Adept's clothes are just generally good for Ivan. They're cheap, they give a bit of defense, they give him a bit more PP. Whatever. Not that we need the PP, but still. Good item. So we heal up, and we do another hard reset. Now this time I get 2 color Mars, and the next fight we get after that is a rat in the 3rd room of this dungeon. Okay, so we run along, and we get 2 color Mars sometime between now... Okay, I got it really early, that's okay. Sometime between there and here. Some region between there I'll get the color Mars. Okay, if I keep going ahead. We run into 2 rats, and we have to use some number of attack cancels on them. I forget how many. 2 apparently. Next fight is 3 rats, which we can just run from, and then we need to use move to stop us getting any more annoying fights. At least in this room. Run, move, and we shouldn't get any more fights in this room. But I did get stuck on a rock, so... There we go, no more fights. Now, we do get fights in this room, though. And we can run from that. Oh no, 3 attack cancels, apparently, and we run from it. Now we use move and frost to obviously move that and frost the puddle. And we also need to use frost on top of the ladder. And this just manipulates the last few fights in this room before spritz to be nice. It gives us some more rats. So move, and then we get more rats. And we can run from them. Okay, now we have to flip the switch, and this switch is notorious for trolling me. I don't know why, but it likes to. Anyway, we flip the switch. Now we ride the cart, and then we get one more fight after the cart. I forget what it is. Two slimes, and we have to use 3 attack cancels to get rid of them. This puts Spritz here, who's this Djinn, into a nice attack pattern. I believe he uses Tundra, but I could be wrong. I know it's not a very good attack pattern. Oh, he just attacks. Okay. In any case, we need to hard reset after Spritz, because Spritz decides that he wants to jump you along on the RNG list. So whatever. Like I said, different Djinn act differently, and I'm not quite sure why the Djinn act differently, but they do. So we heal up and hard reset. Now we get a fight shortly after this cart. I think it's 2 rats. Yeah, 2 rats. Okay. Now, we had attacks first versus those rats. But by doing one attack cancel there, we actually skip a fight in this area. That means we only get 3 fights before Hydros instead of 4. And of course, less fights means less time. We get more rats, which we also use one attack cancel on. And then we get one more rat, which we can just run from. And this puts the Hydros statue into a good attack pattern for us. He uses Tundra on the first turn, then attacks, and then he dies, which is quite good. So if you had Force, you would use Force up ahead to bust away this log. But fortunately, the game is programmed in that Garrett can just knock it over. And that works for me. If only Isaac could run that fast all the time, right? Okay, so now we just have the Hydra statue left. And so now I am going to change my Djinn around just to be prepared for Lamakan Desert where I need Wish. This is kind of slow, but it's not too bad. Yeah, this is actually really slow. It's kind of embarrassing. There we go, fixed my Djinn. And I double tap Forge so I can kill with Fever. By using Zephyr with Ivan, we're able to outspeed the Hydra statue on the last turn, which only really gives them 2 turns to do anything, instead of 3. So Hydros is going to use Tundra, and we're going to heal that with Spirits. Okay, so this turn we actually are going to heal with Ivan, and that just stops Ivan dying if the Hydra statue decides that he wants to attack Ivan instead of Isaac or Garrett or something. He attacked Isaac, no problem. But if he had gone for Ivan, that would have been a problem. And so now we're able to kill the Hydra statue with Procna, Blast, and Fever. And that will also give us a rainbow kill on Hydras. Yay! As you can see, we level up quite a bit. Because we are like level 12 and 13 at this point of the game. We are very, very, very under-leveled. So remember that game ticket we got back in Emil? That game ticket's going to force this lift gem to go to Garrett. And I want lift on Garrett because often I'm going to be draining Isaac's PP and then I'm going to need to use the lift. So it's just useful to have Garrett with lift instead of Isaac. Another cool thing about the way that Hydros fight went, with this series of fights that I took, it means that I'm going to get attacks first on this next party. So if I only get one party in this part of the game, in this little last bit of Elton, I can run from it guaranteed. If I get 2 fights, the second fight can get a bit hairy, but it's not a big issue because we're right before Lamakan Temple, where we can heal and revive if necessary. Fortunately, in this run, we only get 1 fight, and so that's very, very good. Great. Oh, it's not Lamakan Temple, it's Lama Temple. Huh. And now we get more cutscenes. Okay, so we're at Llama Temple now, which means there's only one bit of the game left that can screw us up, and that last bit is Llama Khan Desert, and we're about to come into that. Llama Khan Desert's so bad that I actually have to get a Water of Life to make sure we're not gonna die. And if everything goes according to plans, I'll still have that Water of Life from Satoros at this point in the game, but obviously we needed it to kill Satoros, so... If I had 2 Water of Life at this point, things would have gone better. Again, this is an annoyingly long cutscene. And no, 100% doesn't include saving Shu. Now Ivan knows reveal. Llama Khan Desert can get quite messed up if you use reveal and the retreat glitch at the same time. Very, very strange things happen. Out of, like, various sinkholes get pushed into out-of-bound areas and horrible, horrible things happen. You can also, like, basically run into one of the, what does it call them? One of the oases. And when you run into it, you basically slide through it like a water slide. It's quite funny. Not useful, but it's funny. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to do any of that kind of fun stuff. So, okay, before we go to Llama Khan Desert, we're going to get this Water of Life. Ta-da! Water of Life. And now we enter the RNG hell of this game, which is fittingly quite hot. Now, every single one of these little dust clouds, every single one means that it changes the RNG. So, and each time, and the change is entirely random. And so we need to run from these fights and not fight them. But as you'll see, okay, 1 person dying is okay because I've got a Water of Life. 2 people dying is bad. And this forces me to, well, I have to go back to Llama Temple to heal. So this costs me quite a bit of time, and it's one of the big mistakes of the run. So we'll just revive. No problem. Not a huge deal. Well, it's annoying, but it's not a massive problem. Okay. Now let's do that. That's basically what can happen in Llama Khan Desert because we don't have any control over the RNG. This is why this is the worst part of the entire game. Worse than Satoros even. Okay. The plan is not to take any oases because they take longer than just using Wish with Mia. I also need to drain Isaac's PP because I'm going to need to drain. I'm going to need to do a retreat warp soon. So this part of Llama Khan Desert is actually going okay now after that really horrible start. We grabbed the Vulcan Axe, which means we're able to. This chest here is the Vulcan Axe. And this just allows Garrett to be able to kill the Manticore with ease. Because he's going to deliver the killing blow with Sleet. So we'll give him the Vulcan Axe. Incidentally, if we had still had 2 Water of Lives at this point, we wouldn't have had to go back to Llama Temple. We could have just used both Water of Lives and continued on. But this is going rather well right now. Okay, now we're in the second part of the dungeon. We have to, the first thing we need to do is we have to get the Djinn here, and I believe it's Smog. Yeah, it must be Smog. Smog is there. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to get to the Manticore. Now, an interesting feature of Lamakan Desert is that at the coordinate 0, 0 on every room in Lamakan Desert, the Manticore is there. Which means that if you can get out of bounds and talk to him, you can actually engage in the Manticore fight. And we're going to do this. I used to go down and left from here, and use reveal, then retreat, and get out of the reveal, and then use the retreat glitch, and that would put a sinkhole on the edge of a map, and then you can fall into the sinkhole and glitch to Manticore that way. This way is quicker. You just use retreat at that location, and then you warp in here. But because I didn't get a fight before I saved, I got a fight here. And that actually puts the Manticore in a very, very bad attack pattern, so I have to reset again, which is annoying, but not a huge deal. And so the Manticore lives just up at 0, 0, which is the top left corner of the map. And so we'll just set up for him. We need to have Corona, Granite, and Zephyr, I believe. Yeah, Zephyr. And Sleep needs to go to Garrett. So we go up to the top left corner and talk to the Manticore, because, you know, he just lives there. Which is quite funny. And so this guy can be annoying. If he decides he wants to pick on Ivan, then it's a bit of a problem. But normally he's pretty well behaved. I haven't lost the run to a Manticore in quite a while now. So after the Manticore fight, strangely enough, the game is programmed to drop you in front of the Manticore's cave, basically. This isn't that strange, because if you're right up against the sandfall when you talk to the Manticore, you'll notice that you get pushed back to where I'm about to be dropped after the fight, which kind of makes sense, I guess. Also, we healed with Ivan on that previous turn, just in case the Manticore wants to kill Ivan. Which he may have done if I hadn't healed. And now he dies. And this blow with Sleet should give me the rainbow kill. Perfect. And then we get dumped right in front of the Manticore's cave. Awesome. Now in this cave, you don't get any fights, so it's a good place to recover your Djinn, because right after this, we need to get Vine. And Vine is weak to Jupiter, and we just used Thor in battle, so we need to recover 4 Djinn, basically. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm fully healed. There's that last click, and there we go. We set up for Thor and 1 Mercury. Now the easiest way to get Vine to appear here, because sometimes he just does not want to turn up. Another speedrunner, Arcano, has actually spent 5 minutes looking for Vine here, because he just doesn't want to turn up. If you just reset, use Move, you actually manipulate the game into giving you Vine. There is Vine. So we kill him with Thor and Mercury. Easy peasy. Now after Vine, that should give us a Mad Vermin as we run to Calais, and then right before we get to Calais, we'll get a zombie, or a... I forget their actual name. They're just a green zombie as far as I'm concerned. Now, the bridge that connects Calais to Vault actually is entirely dependent on the Manticore event. So after you kill the Manticore, the bridge will appear. It won't appear before that. So that can have some... That's kind of an annoying thing to have. And I'll explain why. So if you think back to the retreat glitch and how it tries to access information from the first room, if you enter a door in the third room, it looks up that door as if it was in the first room. Well, what happens when the game attempts to look up this door, but the door doesn't exist? Well, what happens is that the game sends you to Vale. For no reason. It just seems to be the game's way of not dying. The default exit is Vale, so plausibly it could be useful if the Calais Bridge was fixed at an earlier point. For instance, if you beat the Hydra statue, or even if you got Reveal, and then the bridge got fixed, or something like that, then you could plausibly warp to Vale and then run down to Calais, and skipping the Manticore. Unfortunately, that's not the case. By the way, this is everyone's favourite cutscene, i.e. the most useless piece of crap that the game has. Like, there are some horrible cutscenes, right? But at least the ones at the start add to the plot of the game. This one adds squat. Absolutely nothing. It's a complete and utter waste of time. So while this cutscene goes on, we'll talk about interesting things. Another interesting thing is that, okay, so you've got this Vale warp. After the Manticore, you can warp to Vale, and then the bridge is there. Great, right? So you don't skip the Manticore, but you save a bit of time in having to go to Calais and stuff. You can just get straight to Vale and do some stuff there. Unfortunately, Vault has the Vault's cave, the one where you need to use Reveal, and then you can descend into the Vault cave. That actually doesn't exist until you visit Calais. I have no idea why this protection exists. Surely beating the Manticore would be enough for this cave to come out of hiding, but no. You have to visit Calais before this, before the cave appears. I have no idea why, but that's just how the game works. So those are just some interesting oddities that happen around this point of the game. In the cave where I just got Ember, which was that I think it was Ember. No, it was Scorched. Sorry. In the cave that I get Scorched just there, you can go run all the way through to the Calais Palace, or Hammond's Palace, sorry. Then run back a bit further, and you can actually glitch, do a retreat warp to get the Spirit Gloves. We don't need good items in this run, so we're not going to do it. But it's an interesting fact, and maybe it'll be a part of a Golden Sun race eventually. Get Spirit Gloves. Because otherwise, how else are we going to get to see that cool glitch? Okay, so now we're going to do the ship. Okay, we get the tickets. So the ship's quite boring, actually, unfortunately. Not much happens. Okay. So, the only interesting that happens on the ship is that you have the option to get an extra lucky medal if you want better equipment. If you go down the stairs that are like right above me at the moment, you can get a lucky medal at the very bottom of the room in a barrel. But I only need 3 lucky medals, and I have 3 lucky medals at the moment. Killing the Hydra statue gives me an extra lucky medal. So all I need to do now is I just need to activate this guy so I can grab the anchor charm from the top of the mast, and then eventually and finally go talk to the captain. Yay, anchor charm! Unfortunately, this bit's quite a bit of cutscenes. So basically what happens now is that Isaac sucks terribly at defending the ship, and lots of people get hurt and injured because of Isaac's incompetence. However, with that said, the best way to beat these fights that are coming up, at least that I've worked out so far, is to use a summon, because summons are good. Now, the second fight has 2 bats, I believe, and the third fight has a harpy. Now those 3 enemies are able to outspeed Ivan. So what we do is we take the elven shirt off of Garrett, and then give the elven shirt to what's his face, Ivan, and that allows him to outspeed all of the parties that we're about to engage. And now we have a terrible cutscene. And then that sailor guy who hit the anchor charm has a weird epiphany and is like, oh no, why did I steal the anchor charm? Now the ship's going to be destroyed. Why did I do this? It's like, come on man, what are you thinking? This guy, that doesn't make any sense. Oh well. We can tolerate this. It's still better than the Calais cutscene. So the 3 fights before Kraken are pretty easy. But the Kraken itself is also very easy. Except I kind of stuffed it up, but that's not a problem. I can still point out how you're supposed to do things. Maybe I shouldn't have taken it. Come on, man. Are you an idiot? So we give the anchor charm. Yay! So we skip through this. Yeah, there's really not much to say about this, unfortunately. It's just boring cutscene. Come on. I always forget how long these cutscenes are. Even though I've played this game so much, I still underestimate the length of the cutscenes. So now we set off, and right before we fight the first party, which is 3 jelly calamar type things, we will settle our Djinn, give the elven shirt to Ivan, and then continue on. I guess now's a good time to talk about the route a bit. So the reason we don't go and do Vault and Vale right now, or before the ship, so we can so basically there are 3 Djinn left in Angara, which is the place we've just come from. There's a Djinn in Vault, his name's Sap. There's a Djinn in Vale, his name's Kite, and there's a Djinn in Lumpa, which is Tonic. Now, so here's the giving the elven shirt to Ivan. So we could, in theory, go up, get Sap, get Kite, and then come back and do the ship. But the thing is, in 100% speedruns, quickest routes tend to be the ones which visit places visits places the least number of times. By going into vaults and stuff, we'd eventually have to come back and do the ship, and then go back up into that area again and do Lumpa to get tonic. So there's not much we can really do about this. So we either do the remainder of Angara in one burst or two bursts, and it's just quicker to do it in one burst. So that's what we do. I should talk a little bit about these selections. So we picked the swordsman because he's really close, and well, why not? He doesn't complain that much. The next closest person is the purple tour guide, but he complains. He actually has a few seconds delay, or half a second delay in his response. He's like, "Oh, you're not actually going to pick me, are you?" ... Wait, you're actually going to pick me? And like, so it's just quicker to go grab the worker guy, which I get next. Okay, so this fight is a lizard fighter and two bats, and without the elven shirt, Ivan gets outspeared by the bats. So we avoid that. Yay, they all died. And the last fight is as a harpy and two of those jelly things that we fought before. I forget what they're called. So Isaac's still horrible at his job. Keeps letting people die. So now we get this guy, who's just quicker to get than the purple guy. And by getting him, we avoid going to Crossbone Isle. I guess there's something else that's worth talking about. Why don't we go to Crossbone Isle early? Well, first of all, we don't need any of the items from Crossbone Isle, because, well, items are useless. Djinn are all we need. The only reason we actually go to Crossbone Isle is to get Bane. And as I said before, in 100% speedruns, the idea is that you do an area once, and that's it. So, in order to do it once, it's best to do an area once. So, by going there early, we can do the first 4 rooms, but then we have to come back, endure more cutscenes about setting off and sailing, and then we finally finish. That takes a lot longer than just doing all of Crossbone Isle in one go. Well, all of Crossbone Isle up to Bane. If we included Deadbed in this run, which we do not, if we did, what would happen is you'd go to Venus Lighthouse 1, change the path, then come back and beat Deadbed. Or something to that effect. That would be the quickest time. That'd be the quickest way to beat Deadbed. So now we fight these guys. Okay, the jelly things are called Mano Wars. Easy thing to forget. And so now we kill these guys. And that harpy thing in the middle, I think it's a Faroko. That thing would outspeed Ivan if we didn't give him the elven shirt. Awesome, now we're finally up to Kraken. Okay. So a fun fact about Kraken is that he's actually really easy to put to sleep or stun or anything like this. And so this is something that we take advantage of. After doing a hard reset, you're capable of putting Kraken to sleep on the first move with Ivan. So what we do is we give Ivan Mist. Mist attacks Kraken. Kraken falls asleep. Kraken is easy. Right now I'm just recovering my Djinn. It's just I find it better to recover it here rather than later. So I want to hear 4 clicks. There's the 4th one. Now I need to set up for Kraken. give mist there. And I actually made a mistake there, and that's a problem. I needed to double tap Forge so I could get Fever, but I didn't. So, yeah. But that's okay. We have ways around these things. And so what we'll do is once the Kraken attacks, we'll hard reset, and that is that will allow Ivan to put him to sleep. And there's your hard reset. So yeah, on turn 1 we can put him to sleep. So we use Judgment, Meteor, Mist, Boreas. And Kraken falls asleep. So the Kraken's still asleep at the end of this turn. And if I had actually done things correctly, I would have got Fever back or Scorch. But I didn't. So yeah, things kind of get hairy. So I just decided the best course of action is just to defend. But then, annoyingly, the Kraken decides to use Froth Sphere, and then that means this doesn't get a rainbow kill. That's a problem. I had a planned for getting a rainbow kill at that point. So what that meant is I had about a 200 experience deficit at this point of the game. Arcano thankfully looked up this during the run, and so we worked out what we were going to do. Basically, we get one fight before going into Tolby, and that recovers most of the experience differential. That allows us to continue on as if this mistake had never occurred. Of course, that costs a little bit of time, but hey, it's better than the run dying. And if I remember correctly, there's only one more area where things go wrong, and that's against Squall. After Squall, the run's practically perfect. And so if you're going to Crossbone Isle, you could go to Crossbone Isle now, but of course we don't want to do that because that's a bad idea. Funnily enough, the woman is alright. She's like, oh, I feel pretty buff. It's like, oh, okay. Kinda strange. Normally I would recover my Djinn on the ship, but because I have to get a fight, I didn't bother. You can't actually recover Djinn in the town area for some reason. Okay, and this fight will give me the right amount of experience. Well, close enough. I'm trying not to use my synergy with Isaac because I actually need to have 7 synergy so I can use Ragnarok against Hale, who's the next Djinn I'm going to fight. Okay. There's the extra experience I needed. And so now we get Ember. And Ember's important because Ember allows us to beat Colosso in a fairly easy way. It just takes a little while to get. Yay, Ember! Because I was so low PP, I couldn't really heal. So, normally I don't have to heal because Kraken goes better than that. So I had to use herbs. Okay, so this is quite fun. So we're going to manipulate the 3 items here. We're going to get an Assassin's Blade. We're going to get a Ninja Hood. And we're going to get a Kimono. So the Assassin's Blade, we have to get it in the center after a hard reset. Yay! The other 2 are a little more complicated. The item you get is tied to the battle random numbers, I think. And by using... Oh, not battle random numbers, encounter random numbers. And by using various synergies, you can affect which item you're going to get. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Move here. Then I'm going to get the Lucky Medal outside of all the rings. Like that. And this will give me the Ninja Hood. Yay! And now I'm going to do the exact same thing, but with Lift. So I'm going to hard reset, use Lift, and then I can get the Kimono. Admittedly, this part of the game I could do better. I have worked out ways to get the Assassin's Blade, then the Kimono, one after each other. But I didn't want to reroute what happens next, so I got lazy. And so there's the Kimono. The Ninja Hood gives plus 20 agility, if I remember correctly. And it gives some armor as well. But I'm mostly interested in the agility boost. And the Kimono gives plus 10 agility. And it also gives some resist to Mars, which is useful against the Fusion Dragon. Basically, it's a good item for Mia to hold. So that's why I give it to her, and that's why I get it. Most people don't consider the Kimono a good piece of armor, but as far as I'm concerned, anything which is going to increase your agility and increase your resistance to Mars, that's a pretty damn good item. So this guy dies to Ragnarok and Meteor. And while after this guy, I could map out the... I have mapped out the encounters that come after Hail. Like, what happens... Because Hail is like Corona, which basically gives you a whole bunch of different possibilities. Except that Hail gives you even more possibilities than Corona does. Presently, I was just trying to get a run done. So I took the safe option of taking a reset at Hail. This way, I know exactly what's going on, rather than taking a chance. So, Ultimate Cave is heavily RNG manipulated. That wish has nothing to do with it. Using a healing synergy does not affect random numbers. So that lift there manipulates for a fight. I don't remember what these fights are. I use one attack cancel there as well, which helps me get away from it. I know in this next room I need to use lift immediately, otherwise I don't get the golem fight. I get something else. Then I think the next 4 fights I get I just can run from, which is quite nice. Yeah, run from this party. Run from this one, and on the next one I need to use lift, and then I can run from it. And again, this part of the game kind of really emphasizes just how powerful these methods are, because normally this cave would be hell, but because you can control the fights, it's easy. Unfortunately, I forgot to not do something before this fight. What I really need to happen is I really needed to give the Elven shirt. I needed Ivan to still have the Elven shirt, and that would manipulate Squall into using Plasma. However, I gave the Elven shirt to Garrett, and so Squall's going to use Run. He doesn't run though, and because I mess up, I'm supposed to use Judgment and Nereid, but for some reason I thought it was Cybele and Nereid, and so he doesn't die, which is kind of bad. Whoops. And then I'm sitting there going, what the hell just happened? And it ran. I was like, oh, damn it. That's okay. Basically, all I need to do now is just reset that fight. So I need to exit, enter, and redo the fight. Fortunately, I have backup strats for when Squall misbehaves, and so I have to go to backup strats. Squall doesn't actually add random numbers after you beat him and obtain him, so that way, assuming I had done that fight right with Judgment and if he'd used Plasma, I'd use Judgment and I'd use Nereid, then I would have been able to manipulate to the end of the dungeon without any problems. But because we mucked up, I have to go for my backup strat. And that's okay, my backup strat's not bad, it's actually quite good. Oh look, I got Plasma. Yay. Doesn't really matter. And that's what is supposed to happen. This is me scrolling through my notes, trying to find my backup strat. It's quite simple, the backup strat. After Squall, you do a hard reset. Then, when you go down to the next room, you come back up and come back down again. So you in and out that door. Then you run from everything. Then in the next door you go in and out. Then you run from the next 2 fights. It's surprisingly simple. So down, up, back down. We should get a Dreadhound, then a Gargoyle party. Now the Gargoyle party. And then we do the same thing again. We go in and out of this door. So we go down, back up, and then back down again. Then we get 2 Dreadhounds, and we can run from both of these as well. So Dreadhound, run, and then we get another one of the same party after that. There we go. Now, at this point, I was still kind of thinking of the other strat that I was going to do, in which case the first thing I need to twist is white. But with this strat, you need to twist, what is it? Yellow then red. So I'm like, let's go change white. Wait a minute, it was yellow. So I just have to do it again. Fortunately, if you muck up, it goes red then yellow, which is not a big change. And now yellow. Yay! So yeah, those, what colors come up basically are determined by your encounter random numbers. So we can manipulate those. Yay, we got the drought. Oh, the draft. And you guessed it, another hard reset. Because anytime you pick up an item out of a chest, it adds random numbers to your game, so you have to reset if you want to control the random numbers. And you get another fight at the top right of this room. There we go. Then we make it through this room here without any encounters by going in and out. Then we lift. Once we get down the stairs, we counter a golem. We lift again, and then we encounter a golem and a zombie. And there we go. That is the entirety of Altmiller Cave. And now we have long cutscenes. So this cutscene's kind of dumb because, well, we already have the draft, and so Barbie is like, "Could you do me a favor and go get it? It's at the bottom of the dungeon, and there are rocks. And let me explain to you how the rocks work." And it's like, well, we've already done that, Barbie. Like, can't we just give you the draft and you just get on with it? But alas, we must endure the cutscene. So after this, we're going to retreat, then we're going to go head back around to the other side of Calais Docks, and we're going to get ground, which is a rather useful Djinn. Barbie does have some of the most annoying cutscenes in the game, though. He's got this one, and then the one after Colosso. There's really not much to say about this, unfortunately. Is Ivan reading minds again? So immediately after this cutscene, after we retreat and go get ground, I generally don't have control of the random numbers for whatever reason. I haven't really bothered to look into it because it's not a huge deal. Basically, I don't care if people die against these parties that are about to happen, because after Colosso everyone gets healed to full health, So even if someone like Ivan dies, it just doesn't matter. Oh, and look at that, they brought torches with them, and now suddenly the entire cave is lit. Sometimes this game just gets to me, like, Isaac sucking so horribly at his duty to protect people on a boat. Now an entire cave gets lit with puny little torches where you have giant flames, like, flickering around them. Come on. Oh well. It's a game, it's not supposed to be logically consistent. Fortunately, there's only 38 more seconds of this. Well, I lie. 38 more seconds of Barbie on screen, then a few more to get out of the cave. Come on, Barbie, hurry up. Okay. So this continues on for a little bit longer. And then we finally get to leave. Yep, so we're gonna get... We should get a fight out here. I forget what it is. There we go, no big deal. Damage doesn't matter, like I said. We get a full heal after Colosso. And now we get ground. Incidentally, in Ultimate Cave, there aren't any retreat warps. So we can't break that dungeon, unfortunately. I just don't... Okay. Now we hard reset Xanthem warp back to Tolby. Which is just quicker than walking, right? Okay. Also, by doing a hard reset, it means we can control what happens in the Tolby fights. Oh, not the Tolby fights, the Colosso fights. And I'll point that out when we get there. So we have to endure more cutscenes, unfortunately. So the question we always get asked when we speedrun this game is, okay, why do you not help Isaac during Colosso? Because the logic goes, if you can finish Colosso quicker, isn't that a good thing? Unfortunately, that's not how Colosso works. Basically, the other guy is the thing that holds you back. The computer will take a fixed amount of time to complete each stage. Regardless of what you do, the computer is going to take the same amount of time. So, by helping Isaac, sure, you finish the course quicker, but you're still waiting on the other guy to finish. So what that means is that it's not quicker to help Isaac because you waste time helping him, and you don't get any benefit from it. So that's why we don't help. Also, we go to the right when you talk to the attendants, because it minimizes the amount that Isaac has to walk when the friend comes out. If you watch carefully, Isaac just like jumps a tiny bit down and right, and that just like saves like a few frames. But you know, this is a speedrun. You should be saving these frames if you can.
Like, there's no reason not to do it. Okay. So we come back, yada yada yada. Get into position. Colosso starts, yay. Okay, so now we don't help Isaac. If anything, really, we really want to be helping the other guy finish quicker. That would make things a lot easier. Like, we have no problem finishing Colosso before the other guy. Or finishing the course before the other guy does, so whatever. So for this, you can talk to the attendant as soon as like a part of the character is overlapping him. I'm like missing horribly. Mia got it, okay. So you want to aim for that. Again, saved frames. Okay. So really there's nothing too colossal, just finish quickly. You don't need any items because we've RNG'd it so that... we've manipulated it so that we get stuns off on the people we want to kill. And die quickly to the people that we want to die to. Move the damn thing away. Like, if only doing this quick was a good thing. So we set 3 Djinn there, and we leave Scorch. We leave Scorch alone because Scorch is going to be the guy that delivers the killing blow. So see how we're waiting on the computer here? Us finishing quick has no impact on how quick he finishes. In fact, there's like a 20-something second wait for this guy, 20, 25, and the other guy's got like a... No, this guy's 30 and the guy's 25, something like that. It's really, really dumb. Quite honestly. Okay. And he's stunned. Yay! Now we can use Meteor and then Planet Diver and kill him off. And that is by far and away the easiest way to beat Azar. Okay, but also, by doing that specific attack sequence, we've also manipulated the random numbers now that Scorch will also stun Satridge, who is the next opponent we face in Colosso. So, we get a stun off there. Unfortunately, I'm not quite satisfied with how Satridge plays out. I need to do a bit more research into manipulating these fights a bit better, because I think I can shave 1 turn off the Satridge fight, but then again, it's 1 turn, it's not like minutes saved, it's like 5 seconds or something. I don't know how long. Point being, I'm not satisfied yet. I will work it out eventually. In any case, for Satridge we go Scorch, which stuns, Meteor, Planet Diver, and unfortunately he defends on turn 1 and 3, so that means he defends our Scorch and defends the Planet Diver. Then we need to use Planet Diver again, then Fever, just to manipulate the numbers, the random numbers a bit, and then Planet Diver to kill him. And hopefully that should manipulate Navampa, but I mucked something up. Like, I haven't researched this properly enough to be sure of what's going on, which is a bad thing because I should know these things, but I don't. In any case, it's the reason I don't really know it is because of the annoyance of having to go through Colosso. But in any case, I will learn it eventually. So we set up Forge, Corona, and Ember here. And then we wait. Again, I really wish we could just speed up the computer. It would save so much time. At least you can see the crowd, like, almost in like a mosh pit type thing, with their hands in the air, you know. Ah, here we go. Thank you, Satridge, for joining us.
So again, we're going to use Scorch, and he'll stun. Unfortunately, he defended, so he took half damage. And he defends Planet Diver, annoyingly. And now he's going to use a Smoke Bomb. Now we use Fever, because he's going to defend, I think. Yeah, he defends it. And Planet Diver. I think this should kill. Yeah, there we go. Dead. And next up we have Navampa. Now Navampa we don't want to beat. We want to die to Navampa. Unfortunately I kind of mucked this up. Because something was funny with the RNG. But in any case, it shouldn't matter whether he has the better weapon or not. He should take 2 turns to kill you, regardless of his weapon. So most people will tell you that you should wait for him to get the Claymore, which is the better weapon, before going into the pit to start the fight. But in actuality, it's just quicker if you just go into the pit and get the Claymore before him, because if it's gonna take him 2 hits to kill you, regardless of what you do, you might as well save that extra frame by getting the Claymore first. But unfortunately, in this, something was funny with his attack random numbers or something. I defended a turn that he was supposed to use something dumb on, and I ended up surviving his attack and it taking 3 turns to kill me instead of 2. But it doesn't really matter. Okay. Oh, a lot of people ask me, so how is Navampa supposed to complete this when the last puzzle requires synergy to solve? And you'll see it. You probably know the one I'm talking about if you played this game recently. Where is it? It's a whole bunch of pillars just standing around. So this one. So the question is, how come Navampa can solve this puzzle? Because you clearly have to use move to push the pillar to the north. Actually, you just push it down. And that's why Navampa can solve this puzzle. And again, so I'm going to leave Forge unset because I think, well, if all my RNG stuff works out correctly, then Forge is necessary to coax Navampa into using more attacks, basically. And here's Navampa. Yay! So I defended that. He wasn't supposed to attack. Oh well. And now he defends. So he was supposed to defend on turn 1, but he didn't. So, whatever. It was like 1 turn difference. Not a huge deal. So yeah, we lose Colosso, not a big problem really. If you win Colosso you get the lure cap, and that increases the encounter rate. Not particularly something we're interested in this game, unfortunately. Unfortunately, now we're about to enter in
one of the other terrible cutscenes of this game, which is Tolby explaining his own selfish motives for wanting you to go seek out Lemuria. So instead of talking about Barbie's selfish ambitions, we can talk about a bit of what happens next. So now we're going to get the Cloak Ball, and that's going to allow us to sneak into Lumper Fortress. So we're going to go back and do grab Sap, grab Kite, grab Tonic from the remaining Djinn and Angara. After that, we're going to do a long series of RNG manipulations to get to Suhala Desert. Now, I spent a very, 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 very long time trying to work out the best way to do this reset from this RNG sequence from Lumper to Suhala, and you can see the split under Todompa. It says Lumper reset. And what I used to have to do was I used to have to delete that split every time, see what time I took that I did the reset at, put it into a spreadsheet, work out when I needed to beat the Storm Lizards so I could get the right parties to come out, because there was something really, really, really strange about what was happening after you beat the Storm Lizards. Like, the RNG doesn't like to behave, and that was because like the Storm Lizards the Tornado Lizards behave like boss fights, and boss fights muck things up. So I was like very, very, very confused at the best way to approach this, and so after a very long time I decided that what we could do instead was just take a hard reset after the first Tornado Lizard and then go through the desert that way, and that gives me more consistent results, but it's still not perfect. It wasn't perfect in this run, but the not perfect stuff happens only about 10% of the time. Yeah, so that's what's coming up basically. Unfortunately, this cutscene's really boring, so there's not much else to say. Yeah, so that's the story behind the Lumper reset. I guess I can talk a bit about the path as well. So in terms of travel distance, it's quickest if you do Vault to Lumper, do Lumper. After saving Hammett, you go to Vale, and then Sanctum or back to Lumper and get Tonic. While in terms of travel distance, that's the shortest. I worked out a way of beating Todompa in 2 turns instead of 3 turns, and that saved turn makes going to Vale first quicker than going to Lumper first after Vault. It'll make sense when we get there, but it's just a little tidbit of information while we've got a bit of downtime. We also have a difficult reset coming up now, so after this cutscene happens, we get the Cloak Ball and do a hard reset Sanctum Warp to the Tolby Sanctum, which saves a bit of time. But Tolby is quite complicated in that there are lots of people moving and it's quite difficult to get out. Still, we need to get a frame perfect leave going out of the bottom exit to get a mole encounter immediately after Tolby. I'm going to make it look pretty easy, but it's not as easy as it looks. It's quite easy. It happens quite a lot that you'll run into someone or something bad will happen or something like that, and then that's it. You lose the mole. You have to reset. And it takes a while to actually get this mole encounter, so it actually costs quite a bit of time. Yeah, but with any of the resets from a Sanctum Warp are all frame dependent. So things like the Bilibin reset, and now the Tolby reset,
and eventually the lumper reset will all be dependent on how many frames I spend in the town, so I've got to be very careful at how much I control that. And now that cutscene's finally over, there is one exception to wanting to exit the Sanctum as quickly as possible rule, and I'll point that out when it comes to it because it's my favourite Sanctum warp trick in the game. So, Sanctum warp time. Bang. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to run out of the Sanctum from the bottom, and dodge that stone, run across, come up, dodge those people there, because you can either go left or right around that building. If you go left, you can sometimes run into the woman, and that's bad. If you go right, it's slightly more consistent, and then you run around the stairs. Anyway, there's the mole. I wanted to see the mole. Now this next bit's going to look really, really dumb, but it's done for a good reason. We need to drain Isaac's PP, so we can use our retreat warp in this cave. So this first frost, fine. Okay, that frost stops us getting a fight in this part of the cave. Then we're going to use lift, and then we're going to use 5 frosts. Now this doesn't actually cost us much time because, well, we need to get rid of Isaac's PP anyway, and using frost is the quickest way to drain Isaac's PP. So we're not wasting time because we're draining PP while we're RNG manipulating. We get this fight, we run from it. If we keep running, we're going to use 4 frosts here, and using these 4 frosts will drain my PP to 1 or 0. I think 0 in this case. Which is obviously below 6, but that extra frost actually gives me the run against this dirty ape. Voila, and that's how you manipulate the Goma passage. No, Goma cave. Oh, Gondawon cave, sorry. And that retreat warp just takes us to the end of the dungeon and skips some hopping around. It's not a particularly long cave, but it's annoying enough. And this should give us the... Oh yeah, now after this cave we should run into a toadstool, which requires an epic 6 attack cancels to get rid of. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and there we go. Very annoying. Okay, so now we're in the old part of Northern Angara. We can run from everything. You really should go right there instead of left. I don't know why I went left. Okay. So we dodged that guy. He's a bit of a pain to get around. We have to ring this bell here, and that will make Sap jump up. Here we go. That's Sap. He just jumped up on the rock there. Now we're going to come around and use reveal to reveal the cave. This is the cave that doesn't exist if you haven't visited Calais first, which is really, really stupid. We're not really manipulating this part of the game because you can generally run from these fights, so I haven't really bothered. And it would require having to go through an RNG hell area, which is Bolt. So I don't think it's worth it. You usually only get 1 fight in this cave, 2 if you're particularly unlucky. Okay, we actually go through here and get the Vambraces. They're a good item, they don't take long to get. And they're good for Garrett because he needs to be doing a lot of attacking during the Fusion Dragon fight. So we use some Frost there just to fix our PP up. And then we retreat, walk back through that door, and we're actually right at the end of Vault's Cave, which saves like a good 5 minutes or so, I think. I don't know how much, I haven't timed it exactly, because it's difficult to gauge because of all the encounters you get, but still, it saves a good chunk of time. And this is Sap. Yay. Now we do a soft reset Sanctum Warp. We do a soft reset Sanctum Warp because I don't really care about controlling the battle random numbers because I'm just going to run from everything anyway because they're so low leveled. But by doing soft reset Sanctum Warp, I still control
when I get encounters. Like, the encounter random number is reset to something big, and that actually means I can avoid any fight between Vault and Veil. So effectively, the soft reset Sanctum Warp is as good as the hard reset Sanctum Warp, because the fights I'm going to get are random anyway. So it actually saves quite a bit of time doing that. So now we're going to do Veil Cave, and an interesting thing about Veil is that for some reason it doesn't register as a place where you can Sanctum Warp to for some reason. Oh, I got stuck on stairs. So after you've done Veil Cave, if you do a Sanctum Warp after that, you'll actually go to the town you visited before Veil. In this case, it's Vault. So basically we do Veil Cave and reset back to Vault, which is useful because it's, well, easier to get out of. It's quicker to get from Vault to Lumpa than Veil Sanctum to Lumpa, which is good for us. So this cave has two things of interest: Halt, which allows us to get the Djinn in this cave; Kite, which is the other object of interest. Otherwise, it's a pretty boring cave. Unfortunately, there's not really any skips. Oh, and I got caught by surprise. That's annoying, but not much you can do about it, unfortunately. Caught by surprise is something that's determined by the battle random numbers, and that's not something you can manipulate out of by using synergies or attack cancelling or anything like that. It's when you're routing the game, getting around attacks gets caught by surprise is quite annoying because of that fact. So yeah. Okay, so this next room contains Kite. We get Kite. Well, first of all, we have to get the Halt gem. And so Garrett, just to make the menu management a bit nicer, we equip the Vambrace, the Cloak Ball, and the Halt gem all to Garrett at this point. But for some reason, I don't really know why. The Cloak... Oh, because I mucked up the items a bit at Tolby Fountain. The Cloak Ball went to Isaac, which is annoying, but not a huge deal. And now we get Kite, and Kite is one of the most useful Djinn in the game. Like, without, hands down, one of the most useful Djinn. Kite allows us to beat Todompa in 2 turns instead of 3, for instance. And so now I'm going to soft reset Sanctum Warp again, and now we're back in Vault. And I shouldn't get an encounter to Lumpa either because of the Sanctum Warp. And there we go. Yeah, so I just fixed my Djinn up here for a bit. I probably should have used Frost with Isaac there, but whatever. Doesn't really matter. And there we go. Past the guards. Okay. So now, to speed this dungeon up, what we do is we use another facet of the retreat glitch. We're gonna drain our PP, go into retreat mode, and reset. But because this room is actually considered is actually connected to the first room, like physically connected in terms of the map, this is one place where I'm actually still in I'm still in the second room, the room that I just was in. Except that the game has loaded the screen for the first room, so it's quite complicated. But the point is that I can still run around in the second room as if I was in the second room, except the guys aren't there to stop me. So if I can navigate to the correct door blindly, like I just did, you can avoid basically the whole dungeon, which is quite nice, really. That takes a bit of practice. And we're going to have to do it twice, so it's not that bad.
Yeah. And another retreat. We use a retreat warp. We end up here. So this fight's actually quite funny. Oh, not this fight, but what happens after the fight's quite funny. Basically, the entire route at the whole, basically all of Lumper Cave and stuff, is the route for that was basically found by Worcester. He did a really good job finding all this stuff. Yeah, it saved a lot of time when I came to route it. I was like, oh well, Worcester did a good job of it. I'll just copy that. So thanks, Worcester, for this. So yeah, you're not supposed to be on this side of the wall when you get the key, so the game tries to go, well, he's accessing the key, but he's not where he's supposed to be, and so the game fixes your position by forcing you over the wall. It's quite retarded. It's really quite funny. Oh well. So yeah, this is another RNG hell room. I'm not quite sure why it's an RNG hell room. I haven't explored it enough to know why, but there's probably like an active element somewhere. So basically I'm at the mercy of these parties. I don't really have any control over it. But they're sufficiently like weak that I'm not too worried about them. By this point in the game I've got quite a few Djinn on me, and that means I'm quite my stats are boosted quite a bit by being in good classes, and that means I'm less likely to die to these things. This is the dumbest part of this puzzle, by the way. You've got to move this block all the way down from the top. One day we'll find a skip for this, but presently we don't know any skips that get through this cave. If you try to retreat warp in this cave, it actually doesn't help. I think most of them go to Vale. So I was a little bit worried at this point, but I still got the run. Like, if they'd focused Amir at that point, she would have died, but whatever, she lived. And now this one. Recently we found a switch glitch, which can kind of get... like, just there, how I ran into the wall a bit. I kept running after activating the switch. We think that... we don't know why that works, but it does. And we think maybe we might be able to get out of bounds in the first room of that dungeon, and then find a door once we're out of bounds in that room to skip that RNG hell room. But that's a work in progress. We're still thinking about that stuff. Still trying to understand why that glitch works, how it works, where can we use it. I know Blood Dust has worked a bit on that. I'll probably work a bit on it as well eventually. And yeah, so this is Hammett. We're gonna fight Todompa now, and my Todompa strat's pretty much as good as you can get. There is nothing Todompa can do to stop you from winning this fight. So first turn you use ground, that stops him from doing anything, and then next turn you use granite. We'll see what happens, but the thing that really allows us to kill him is Kite, and you'll see why. So, Judgment, Ground, Thor, and then we use Kite on Garrett. And that allows him to use Granite and Meteor on the next turn. And that is what allows us to kill Todompa. And we're basically going to copy the same strategy for the Tornado Lizard. No, Storm Lizard, sorry. I always get them mixed up. And now with that elemental bonus from using Judgment and Thor, Atlanta and Ramses are going to be a lot stronger. So it actually is going to allow us to kill this guy. So Atlanta does 300 damage, standard. And then, because we are under granite, that can't kill us. The best that Thrash can do is take us down to 1 HP, because that's part of its ability to potentially take us down to 1 HP. But even then,
even then it doesn't matter. So that's Tirompa. And now we have more cutscenes. Who would have thought it? So yeah, now we're coming up to that bit that I was talking about earlier, where I spent a lot of time trying to work out how to maximize the length of this RNG sequence, because really I wanted to RNG from Lumpa through to the Storm Lizard. Unfortunately, I don't quite understand how these boss fights are working in a way that would allow me to accurately predict what fights I'm going to get in a reliable kind of way. So I have to do it this way. It'll be clear once I get to it. And by get to it, I mean endure these cutscenes for another 8 minutes. God. Yeah, unfortunately, this split is like most... Oh, is it? No, it's not. It's like 5-ish minutes of cutscenes, then we have to go back into Lumpa Cave and grab Tonic. Come on. Yeah, there's not so much to say, actually. I mean, I've kind of explained everything. I guess this behavior that's exhibited in Lumpa is when you do that retreat warp, and how you're still stuck in like the second room despite you being in the first room. Well, despite the game thinking you're in the first room, and it's like really strange. That kind of behavior actually happens in Golden Sun 2 quite a lot more frequently. For instance, in Gaia Rock, that is one area where most of the time we use the retreat glitch, you'll just still be in that room, but the camera will center on the first room. It's kind of complicated, but yeah. So it happens a lot more in Golden Sun 2 than 1, but... Well, it happened in Golden Sun... It happens in this room, in this dungeon, so yeah. We're not, like, 100% sure of why it occurs, but, well, it does. Yeah. So those glitches in the sound will be me scrolling down trying to find the place in my notes. Okay. I think this cloak that you just used there, that's NPC, like the computer, like the Game Boy does that for you, right? So I think that instance of Cloak means that Cloak behaves the same way as Whirlwind and stuff. Because Cloak, Whirlwind, Mind Read, Gust, there was one other, I think it might be a Void. Anyway, they all act the same way in a dungeon. They don't have any influence in a dungeon, but they have influence in the overworld. And I think it's because NPCs use it or something like that that makes it so. In any case, that's my theory. If you are doing a casual play, like, I don't get it, like, at this point in the game they give you the option to travel back to Calais. Okay, that's fine in a vacuum, but, like, you still need to go back and get Tonic. So why does the game give you the option of traveling halfway across the map to Calais, only to say, oh whoops, there's actually a Djinn left in Lumpa that you can't get until after you've freed Hammett? What would be really nice is if we can work out a way to skip Tirompa and just go glitch into Dompa's room to get Tonic.
Alas, we have searched for this, and we've searched for it, and we haven't been able to find it, unfortunately. We tried, though. We tried hard. Maybe one day we'll be able to find some of these things, or find new glitches, because really most of the glitches in Golden Sun are derivatives of the retreat glitch, which we've known for a long time. It's just taken us forever to fully exploit them. Eventually we'll find other useful glitches that don't pertain to retreat, and maybe we'll be able to find a lot more skips that we have previously missed. Okay. Now we have to do that glitch again, so we have to redrain our PP. So 2 frosts. Retreat. And then navigate our way back to the door. And out. Here we go. It's definitely not as hard as it looks. It's actually quite simple to do. You just need to go left until the screen changes, then go up until the screen changes. Backtrack like a tiny bit, just like down for less than a second. Then go left, down, and then upright. And if you don't hit the door, press up, and you should eventually hit the door. And that's how you do it. I guess on the subject of new glitches, I would like to say that Chiron, who has worked really hard on Dark Dawn along with me, has spent countless hours trying to find new glitches in that game and has really struggled. And I don't blame him, it's a hard game. I also run Dark Dawn, for anyone who didn't know that. At the time of recording, I hold the world record, although Chiron is very close to breaking that. And I expect he will break that any day now. And then I'll have to take it back off him. And if you hesitate for a moment in that room that I just came through, you will get caught and you'll be thrown out of Lumper. So you absolutely need to go as fast as possible, just up. Otherwise it's a waste of time. It's happened to me way more than I'd like to admit. Like you go up, you're going through the cave and you're like, oh, I should go left a bit to dodge the guy, and no, the moment you go left you get caught. Oh well. Okay, so now we get tonic. Now you can retreat out of this room, like you go into retreat mode, then exit the room, and it takes you straight out of the Lumper Cave. But actually, we want to use the fact that it's a hard. We actually want to use the Sanctum Warp as part of the RNG manipulation coming up. So we actually Sanctum Warp out of here instead of retreat warping. I think there's a bit of lag happening in this recording, which is why my splits are getting slower and slower. Anyway, if we have done this right, the first party we get is a Mad Vermin and something else. If I get the zombie fight, that's a bad thing. Where is it? Vermin and Bat. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Now I know my RNG sequence is going to work. Yep, run from this. Then when we get to Gondwan Cave, we need to use Frost. And then and that'll stop us getting a fight in that room. And then in the room after that, we need to use Lift twice. So we use Lift here, and then we use Lift again. And that just gives us a Kobold fight, which is easy to run from. It also means we only have 3 more fights before Suhala. So this is one of them. Then outside here, we will eventually run into some gnomes right at the top of the world. Oh, not right at the top of the world. But as we come around this bend up the top here, as soon as the docks kind of come into sight, we get these gnomes. One attack cancel and we get rid of them. No problem. Come into Suhala, no more fights. And then we run into a Dirty 8 party. Well, just about as we get to Suhala, the town. We're not actually going to visit Suhala, the town, but we come close. Yeah, here's your Dirty 8 party. 3 attack cancels will do this guy. And there we go. And into Suhala Desert. Okay, so these guys we're going to try and get rainbow kills on every time. So we need to set Judgment and then kill with Sap. So the plan is Ivan uses Plasma, Isaac uses Judgment, and then Garrett kills with Sap. And yes, that Plasma is necessary if it otherwise Sap doesn't kill. Yay! There we go. Now, instead of risking the RNG, I decide to save here. I've gotten a lot more consistent results doing it this way than I have the other way. But even then, in this run, I get the Manticore fight instead of the Troll fight, which is really annoying. In any case... So same thing again. Judgment, Sap, Plasma. There we go. And now, I should not get any fights between now and the next room, but I get the Manticore. Which is okay, because he only uses Bind on you, but it's still annoying. Yeah, we get the Bind. But it does mean that I need to hard reset after this lizard, which is a pain. That's basically because I haven't been able to route what happens after the Manticore properly. And that's a result of me being unable to produce the Manticore consistently so I can test it properly. In any case, yeah. In any case, we will finish this off. Yay! So, let's put this in context. Right now, I am level 15. Okay? We have almost finished this game. I am level 15. I will be level 17 when I fight Satoris and Minardi. I forget what fight I get after this. I haven't, like I said, this isn't a route I usually take, but whatever. It doesn't matter because I can run from it. And then we fight Flash. There's Flash. As we all know, Flash is completely and utterly broken. And he requires Prochner and Boreas to kill him. But I also use Ground, because I don't know what he's going to do. And Ground will just stop him from running. If my RNG sequence had worked perfectly, I would have been absolutely fine with fighting him without using Ground. Because I knew he'd use, like, Fireball or something like that. So now what I need to do is I need to recover my Djinn before I fight the Storm Lizard. So I go into this cave, because you don't get fights in this cave, so I can recover my Djinn in peace here. I need to recover 2 sets of Djinn, and then I can come out, because I recover the rest on the way to Storm Lizard. There's one of them. And there's the second one. And there we go. Now we set up. It's basically the same strategy as Todompa, except I use Flash instead of Granite, and I use Flash first and Ground second. You'll see. It's a very, very good strategy. It actually kills the Storm Lizard in 2 turns, which is about as quick as you could hope for. I have to use Kite on Isaac instead of Garrett, though. That's probably one important difference. When I first learnt this strategy, I habitually made Kite go on Garrett, and that's obviously a bad thing because, well, Garrett just isn't using ground on the next turn. It's Isaac. In any case, this is at least I've learnt it correctly now. So Flash's ability is that it reduces all damage by 90%, so you pretty much can laugh at things. So Ramses and Ground. The Storm Lizard takes 2 turns per... Oh, it attacks twice in each turn. But by using Ground, I cancel out his only turn that he'll get to use after the series of summons, because his second attack is at a much lower agility than anyone on my party. So that means I can kill this guy without any problems, basically. That's the upshot of it, anyway. Okay, so now we hard reset, and that just gives us more control over the fights, because after the boss fight, things go really strange. There are 2 possibilities now, because I haven't controlled the encounter random number. I could get an encounter in the desert, and I might not. I've mapped out both scenarios. This time I get what I expect, which is no encounters, which means I get an ape fight now. And I just run from that. Then I go into Suhala Gate. So yeah, I need to go to Crossbone Isle, right? So it's quickest to take the Storm Lizard fight, come to Suhala Gate, enter in the Suhala Sanctum here, then come back and go to Crossbone Isle. And the reason you need to kill the Storm Lizard is because, well, you can't outrun him on the way back. You can outrun him if you go through the desert, that's absolutely fine. But coming back, it's impossible to outrun him. So we kill him, and we kill him on our first time through because that just allows us greater control over the random numbers. We have to use growth now, and then I forget what fights we get, but it's not too important. Point is, it's manipulated so that everything works. This manipulation obviously would not be possible if the Storm Lizard was still alive when we got into Suhala. So that frost manipulates the fight. I don't remember what it is. It's been a while since I've actually had to play through this bit, even though it was yesterday. 2 attack cancels. Yeah, okay, there we go. Anyway, we're on our way back to Crossbone Isle. Fun fact, if you go into retreat mode and leave a reveal in this area, those footprints will stay on the ground after you leave reveal. It's kind of the same kind of behavior that you see at Lamakan Desert, except there's no an application for that in Suhala Desert. And so we're not going to fight the Tempest Lizard who controls the pink tornado, but we will just get ourselves over the Crossbone Isle. Yay, Crossbone Isle. So Crossbone Isle is kind of unique because there are no random encounters and you only get like a big boss-ish fight at each door. So it's nice and easy to map out how to do it. So we basically have all our attacks all pre-planned. And these will be the last fights we take in the game, except for Dew and Luff, which are the last 2 Djinn we need to get.
after last two Djinn we have to get that we have to fight. The other two Djinn, Torch and Bane, we don't need to fight to collect. And so Crossbow Isle is not that interesting from a speedrun point of view, but it's there's nothing interesting to explain, is what I mean. It's just a matter of having a good setup going into each fight and executing it. Yeah, I use Blast there with Garrett because sometimes they don't die to the Judgment and the Thor, and I'm not quite sure why that is. It's something I should know, but I don't know why that happens. In any case, they died. So this puzzle is just basically jump over a bunch of things and move stuff around. We don't, like I said, we don't need any items from Crossbow Isle, so we're not going to deviate to get items. We're just going to solve the puzzles to get through here as quickly as possible so we can get Bane. Bane is on like the 6th floor or something. I'll show you where you can get up to if you take the early Crossbow Isle on the boat as well. After this reset, after we get Bane, comes one of my favourite sections of RNG manipulation because it's completely counterintuitive. And okay, these guys, I forget what we have to do, like Meteor and some stuff. Sometimes the Siren doesn't die, so I make Mia attack. But she dies after this series of summons, which is good. This is my second most hated puzzle in the game. Not because it's difficult, but because it takes a long time to do. My most hated one is a similar puzzle in Kalima Forest. It's just dumb. There's no thought to it. It's just like move, 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 and it takes forever. I really hate rolling log puzzles, if you haven't noticed by now. I don't mind the ones so much in the that you have to move and then float, because that at least requires a bit of thought, but those ones are just like move, 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 move. Yeah, I can be quite bitter sometimes. And so we kill these guys. So yeah, basically we kill all these guys with summons, and there's only two of them that I'm even worried about. Oh yeah, so if you'd noticed, we haven't used catch yet in the entirety of the game. That key that we got in Lumpa, well, we were supposed to use catch to get. However, we didn't. But now we have to use catch, so let's get catch equipped. Okay, let's do that. Okay, it's the only time we need catch. There we go. Yeah, so all the stuff you can do from the ship after if you end up at Crossbow Isle using the ship, but I think this is the last door that you can do. I could be wrong. So yeah, this bit really is quite tedious. Like, At least it's more entertaining than a cutscene, right? Okay. Yeah, so you can't do this puzzle if you just come off the ship, because you obviously don't have Cloak. If you don't have Cloak, you can't get around that statue. And that puzzle's so short, I actually have to recover my Djinn before I fight this door. Now, if I remember correctly, this door is quite tricky. We actually need a flash strat. So we set 3 Mars, 4 Venus, and 4 of the other ones. Make sure we're healed, and then we have to use flash to not die. Yeah, that Lizard King's a bit of a bastard. And after this room, we get another floating log puzzle akin to the one that we had at Kolima. Sometimes that Lizard King can be annoying, so that's why we use flash. It's still going to take 2 turns to beat him regardless of what we decide to do, but whatever. Planet Diver and Judgment do the trick, but I have a safety plasma just in case. And so I don't hate this puzzle as much as the other ones, but at least like configuring this and then floating it is kind of, you kind of have to think about a bit. But oh well. There we go. And of course, since we don't want any of these items, we don't have to worry about it. Of course, in this room you can get the Cleric's Ring. I think it's that one there, but I'm not sure. I haven't gotten it in a long time. But we don't need the Cleric's Ring because, well, we're not getting any cursed equipment. And this is the last fight we'll take in here. Sometimes these chimeras can be mean and they can do things like, I don't know, some nasty attack, but they're generally well behaved. And they die after the summon rush anyway. Okay, hurry up and die. Thank you. Alrighty, now we have to get Bane. Which is actually just a matter of solving these puzzles and whatnot. I will say that the lack of retreat glitches in the second half of the game suggests to me that my theory that the garbage doors are remnants of programming is the correct theory. Because if you think about it, if the first few dungeons were the ones where they were playing around with things, there's more likely to be artifacts lying around the edge of the map where experiments had failed or plans had changed.
However, the further you go in the game, the less of these doors that there are. That suggests that they were more sure about what they wanted to achieve with the programming and more sure about what they wanted to achieve with the dungeons. And so, as far as I can see, that the doors sound like they should be programming remnants, basically. Perhaps both theories are correct. Perhaps the garbage doors are both programming remnants and also manifestations of RAM that are funny. In any case, they're quite useful. So we're gonna halt Bane, get Bane. Now, this is my favorite RNG trick in the game, hands down. Okay, so now I need to drain Isaac's PP. And I'm gonna do that in a very, very slow way. I need to drain it to at most 1 PP. I need to hotkey reveal to L, and I need to retreat on R. I save it, and then hard reset Sanctum Warp. And this will warp me to Suhala Gate. That's why we had to go through Suhala, right? Now, I run to the end of the room and back twice, right? And then I exit. Now that looks really silly, but that gives me a way of working out the exact number of frames required to not get an encounter before due. By running to the end of the room and back, the time it takes me to do that, as far as the game is concerned, will always be constant. Like, regardless of how quickly the game is being processed, whether it's running at 98 or 100%, the time it takes for me to run back and forth in that room is consistent as far as the game is concerned. That way I can reliably predict what's going to happen after that. By running to the end of the room and back twice, no encounters here. Now, I use retreat because my PP is low, and that puts me into retreat mode, and then this door will take me out because I'm in retreat mode. Now I'm at Venus Lighthouse, and that little sequence of RNG manipulation there is, like, hands down my favorite trick in the whole game, because if you don't do that run back and forth thing twice, you'll get a fight. Oh, I exit and leave that area there so that when I retreat after this dungeon, I end up retreating to the right side of the room instead of the left side. Okay, now an interesting fact about Venus 1, which is this first part of Venus Lighthouse, is that you do not get encounters when you're in retreat mode. In fact, the encounter timer thingy, or the number of steps to the next encounter, doesn't change when you're in reveal. So we basically spam reveal the whole way through this dungeon, which is kind of cool. So we just keep spamming reveal. Whether or not this is faster is debatable. It's certainly the safe strat, but if you were able to, because you should only get one fight between Carry Stone and Path Change. If that one fight is, you could run from it first turn, then revealing takes longer. Also, there are two paths you can get here. You can get the yellow path or the blue path. The yellow path takes significantly longer to do, so we always go for the blue path. Even whether you get yellow or blue is completely random, so we actually have no control over that whatsoever. It actually depends on the frame in a very strange way, so we can't accurately predict that, unfortunately. Okay, so now we need to get to Venus Lighthouse. So now we need to get Torch, because Torch is in Lalavero. He's a masked Djinn here. Some more cutscenes. Oh, incidentally, This run that I did was the first time I've ever been able to do Venus 1 in under 4 hours, and that makes me really happy. Being able to do that for the first time. Anyway, I buy some extra armor for Mia and Ivan here, and the order in which the items go is very important. Ivan must have the gauntlet, so if I actually give him the spirit armlet and sell the gauntlets, I will die against the Tauros and Minardi, and I'll point that out when we come to their fight. And actually, every piece of armor that Ivan gets in that shop is essential to be able to beat the Tauros and Minardi, and you'll see why. He'll be left with like 3 health, and that 3 health is entirely the result of having better armor. So we get Torch here, and then we do a soft reset Sanctum Warp because it's quicker than climbing down, jumping around, and doing a whole bunch of monkey stuff. So soft reset, and then we'll Sanctum Warp. And then we're going to go get Luff, who is the final Djinn in the game. Yay! Okay, so for some reason this retreat warp works. We have to go in and out though. Drain some PP. And then retreat, we end up here. Retreat, we end up here. And we skip a whole bunch of stuff, which is useful. At this point now, I'm really conscious of what Isaac's PP is, because I need to use him to use Douse in the upcoming Tunnel Ruins puzzles. I do a hard reset here, so I can control the random numbers and stuff like that. You know, normal RNG manipulation stuff. But yeah, I have to be conscious of Isaac's PP, so I'm trying to avoid using his PP when Garrett could do it instead. That's why I had Garrett use Growth outside instead of Isaac. So now we do this hard reset to fight Luff. I actually kind of messed it up because I accidentally make Isaac use Boreas, which means that I have to do an attack cancel, which mucks up the next fight. Whoops! That's supposed to be Judgment. That means instead of getting 2 skeletons, I get a Manticore, and that Manticore binds me twice, but fortunately I'm able to get away with it without any problems happening. If I get the skeleton fight like I should, then I know how to get out of that fight using attack cancelling. Alright, so we drop down to Tunnel Ruins, and we have more cutscenes, believe it or not. So, and what follows now, it's gonna look a little dumb. And I agree that it looks dumb, but sometimes dumb things are the quickest ways to do things. So you have the, like, we could manipulate Venus 2 with RNG manipulation, but it's like every second room is an RNG hell, so it's just widely inefficient to do it that way. However, what you can do is just save, hard reset, and then you'll always get attacks first. Because hard resets the battle random numbers, and that sets the battle random number to 0, and on a 0 battle random number, you always get to run. So, in Venus 2, we're just going to abuse that to get through the dungeon quickly. And this isn't to be confused with me thinking, oh, I actually can't fight these fights, because I can. The thing is, fighting these fights takes between 1 and 2 turns, normally 2. And a 2-turn fight, which involves summons, takes like between 30 to 40 seconds to complete. A hard reset takes 7 plus about another 10 to get through the whole thing. So actually doing a hard reset and then running that way, and then just running away from everything, is actually far quicker than fighting all the fights, unfortunately. And of course, I don't need any extra experience. And so this just happens to be the fastest way to do it. So I apologize for what's going to look very dumb. I think my video is slightly lagging, which is annoying, but oh well. That's basically what's happening with the timer and why the timer looks a bit off. And here's the Manticore I was telling you about. I tried to do some attack cancelling to get out of it, but I couldn't. But that's okay. And we get the run. Okay, Tunnel Ruins. So if you chose the yellow path, you'd go left after this room, because that's the only path that'd be open. Again, I'm going to use Garrett to move instead of Isaac, because I want to conserve Isaac's PP. Yeah, so the yellow path basically has a whole bunch more annoying move puzzles and stuff. They just take forever to do. It's far quicker to do it this way. All you have to do is push this block into place and then use Douse. There's really no comparison that this one's quicker. Yeah, I'm getting little bits of lag in my video, unfortunately. This is kind of annoying to do. You have to pull it backwards. It's a bit of a pain. Again, doing stuff with Garrett, so Isaac can use Doused in Frost here. See how I have 11 PP? If I'd used like even one move with Isaac, I wouldn't be able to use Doused in Frost. Of course, with Mia having Mercury Djinn on her, she can actually use Frost as well, but still it's good to control it. I'm doing a hard reset here because I know I'm going to get a fight either in this room or the room immediately after the Priestess puzzle, which is coming up. And well, I'd like to be able to run from it, but using the same logic as I explained before with Venus 2 and why we hard reset everything. Okay, this puzzle's pretty good. Some people think that the arrangement of the priestesses here is the same as the one in Sol Sanctum, but that's actually not true. It's easy to check that that's not true. It's the same as Sol Sanctum, except that Venus and Jupiter are flipped around. That's all. Come on, video, stop lagging. And the trick to this puzzle is to move the middle one last. That way you can push the Mars statue through the middle, or the Mercury statue, depending on which way you go. And that means you can finish the puzzle quicker, basically. So here's that fight I was talking about. Chimera Mage, we run from it. Alright, and now we enter in lame Venus Lighthouse tactics. Oh shit, I should have split that. So I just need to... This is the last retreat warp in the game, and it skips the first half of Venus Lighthouse, basically. It skips you over to this side of the room, and that means you can just, well, finish the room. Oh, whoops, didn't change it to move. That's okay, no more retreat warps in the game, that's it. Now it's just a matter of solving the puzzles quickly. Normally you get between 6 and 7 encounters in Venus Lighthouse 2, so that means 6 or 7 extra resets. This time we get 6, which is actually very acceptable. I'm very happy if I get 6 resets in here. Come on, video, stop lagging. Yeah, there's not really much to say about these puzzles. I mean, they're fairly straightforward. So this is an RNG hell room because of the sandfall. Again, another reason why you wouldn't want to use RNG manipulation in Venus 2. Any room with a puzzle in it, like that one that we just solved where we had to push the blocks into place, there's no encounters there either, so it's not like you can RNG manipulate that significantly. This is an RNG hell room because you have to go through these sandfalls, which apparently muck things up. At least that's what I've observed anyway. Could be wrong. Yeah, carry's a really annoying spell. Sometimes it misses its target. It's kind of a pain. So there's not much left of Venus Lighthouse 2 actually, because we skipped most of it. Fortunately, we don't skip the good stuff. We don't skip the Dragon Scales, which has Mars Resist, which is great. We don't skip the Gaia Blade, and the Gaia Blade's important, not for its attack, but because it can, it gives you plus Venus power, and that just makes Judgment a little bit stronger than Thor when used by Isaac. And so we use Judgment over Thor and stuff like that. So this is the room where you get the Gaia Blade. Again, another RNG hell room. So now we equip Isaac with the stuff. Okay. So we continue to save crawl our way through the area, through Venus Lighthouse. And now we have this puzzle. And again, like I said, there's no encounters in puzzle rooms, so we don't actually have anything to worry about. We just have to solve the puzzles in there. So yeah, all that's really left to do in the run now is just set up for the Fusion Dragon, which is kind of annoying, but not that bad. So the last bit of RNG manipulation we need to do is actually the Fusion Dragon fight itself. It probably can be manipulated better, and I'm sure I can manipulate it better, and in future runs it will be manipulated better, but yeah, we still do a bit of manipulation, and it basically means we don't die, and we can kill the Fusion Dragon actually very, very, very quickly. Okay, and now it's only a short time before we can get to the area. And I think in this run we get one more encounter. Out we come. And there we go. After this we get to the last room of Venus Lighthouse. This one. We get the last encounter. Great. Fine. Take the Synergy Stone. And right before we drop down we're going to set up. And the setup is Garrett gets all the Mercuries. Ivan gets all the Mars. Mia gets all the Jupiters except for Kite and Zephyr, which go to Isaac. And Isaac get all the Venus except for Ground and Granite, which go to Mia. It's a very simple setup. And it's one of the reasons I like this setup, because it's very quick to do, and some of the more complicated setups can take quite a while to arrange, and that I don't know, it doesn't seem like something that's good. So anyway, here we go, that's the setup. And then we have to set Djinn in a certain order. So I'm doing that now. Yeah, all this lag's causing the timer and the video to be slightly out of sync, which is kind of annoying. But that's okay. So as usual, more cutscenes. And after this cutscene, what we'll do is we'll do a hard reset, and that'll make the Fusion Dragon predictable. Well, Satoris Minardi Fusion Dragon. So what we're going to do is we're going to aim to beat them in 14 turns, and even if we miss 14 turns, we'll kill them in 15. Unfortunately, we missed the 14 turn kill because it uses break, but we will get the 15 turn kill. I'm already working on ways to get that 14 turn kill consistently, and I think we can do that using Luff earlier than I do in this run. In any case, last little bit of RNG manipulation coming up. And the reason why the gauntlets we bought in Elton for Ivan are actually important, and why the armor we bought in Lalavero is important for him as well. As usual, these cutscenes take forever, and we have another cutscene after we get to the top, but that's okay. So save, hard reset, and there we go. Time for Fusion Dragon. Let's do it. And so as we go through this cutscene, which explains that they want the Shaman's Rod for some reason. Don't know why. Sheba. Let's free Sheba. No, we don't free Sheba. But at least we see that the Shaman's Rod's actually the Rod of Hesperia, which is the continent to the west of Angara, or the northwest of Angara. Come on, stop lagging. So yeah. Okay, so Mia's role in the next fight, after using Granite and Ground, that is pretty useless. Like, she doesn't have to do anything to kill Minardi or Satoros
quicker, but what she does do is she actually allows me to manipulate the random numbers. So she's going to use a herb and use Prism, and doing that manipulates the Fusion Dragon so that it can't kill me on turn 2. So Mia is very important to this. If I just let her do her thing and do nothing, then it's plausible that I get 4 outer spaces in a row, and people from my stream chat will be able to tell you that this has happened and I did die to it once, and it's not a good way to die. Okay, so here we go. Judgment, Boreas, Thor, and now Granite. Most people will use Ground on this turn, but I think Granite is better. It allows you to more accurately predict what's going on. Anyway, Satoros attacks Ivan. Now, see how he's got 83 health? Without the gauntlets, he has 79. Without some of the other pieces of armor, he has even less. Now watch what happens if he has 79 HP on this next turn. So we're going to use Ground on Satoros on this turn with Mia, and the number of people that Minardi hits with this upcoming, I think it's a Flare Storm, tells us how the fight's going to go. So if it hits 3 people, we get Outer Space and 3 Evil Blessings or thereabouts. If we only get 2, then it's a different RNG pattern. So there's Flare Storm, and bang, 3 HP. If Ivan had 79 health, which he would have without those gauntlets, he would be dead right now. And that is why the gauntlets and the armor for Ivan is important, beyond just general safety. It's absolutely essential for this fight. And of course Fizz is going to heal Ivan up so he's out of danger range. Yep, and so everything else here is pretty standard. Mia's going to use a herb here, and that'll manipulate the 4 outer spaces from not happening. That looks scary, but we're not really that scared of it. I mean, this fight is controlled fairly well. And so we just need to set Flash. And again, this Prism is not needed to kill Minardi, but it manipulates the fight so that she uses Resist and not Death Seize or anything nasty like that. And normally a Resist is like, oh shit, Resist is terrible, oh crap, they're not gonna die. But actually in this case, it doesn't make any difference. There we go, they did. And yeah, we get a lot of levels from that. Okay, so now the Fusion Dragon fight. And the manipulation we did with Mia on turn 3 and 4 of that last fight are going to influence how the Fusion Dragon behaves this fight. And in particular, we're going to get Outer Space, Evil Blessing, that Poison Breath thing, I forget what it is. And that's going to stop us from dying on turn 2, because turn 2 we don't have Flash or Granite up. We're just relying on Mia using a Wish. And so if we get Quadra Outer Spaced, we die, basically. Straight up, we did. However, this is sufficiently manipulated so that doesn't happen. Because of the sheer number of possibilities that can happen, the second half of the Fusion Dragon fight is not as controlled as the first half, but I've done the fight enough times to know that no matter what happens, we're pretty safe. The big adjustment I think that needs to be made is that I need to use Luff on turn 5 when I have the Evil Blessing, once. When Minardi's Flare Storm only hits 2 people, Flare Storm happened on turn 2 by the way, it's the turn that we use Ground on Satoros. When it only hits 2 people, the Fusion Dragon doesn't use Break. And that's great, because that means we can get a 14 turn kill guaranteed. But when she hits 3 people, we get a Break. And I think I need to update my strategies to account for that. I guess that's just general laziness on my part. So Zephyr, Sleet, Flash, and Wish. Because Zephyr's just a generally damn good Djinn, okay? props to Arcano for pointing that out to me. So yeah, this outer space doesn't matter because we're under flash. It's two outer spaces on the next turn that's scary. So the plan is we basically cycle through Djinn to get Judgment and Boreas, and then we kill it with Judgment, Boreas, Thor, and possibly a Ramses or a Kirin afterwards. So this is the turn that's really scary. If it uses 2 outer spaces on this turn, we die. If it doesn't, we live. And what we get is an Evil Blessing and a Venomous Breath thing. But it's not a problem. Deadly Gas, thank you. Not a problem. And so you see how we got infected with poison and haunted by spirits? That's actually fine, because now Tonic comes back this turn. So I've actually anticipated for this to happen, and Tonic fixes everything up. And by using Kite on Mia, we can actually get a Wish and a Graniton on the next turn. And not only that, it also means that I'm one step closer to getting a Thor ready, which is going to be the killing blow. Well, not really the killing blow, but it's going to be one of the things that's set up for the killing blow. So Tonic gets rid of all those effects, and we get attacked and Dragon Driver. No big deal, we're under flash, right? So this turn we just cycle through the Djinn as normal, Bane and Hail and stuff. Set flash, use Wish, and use Granite. Using Wish before Granite means that Wish happens a lot earlier on, because Granite will always take priority. So that's just a useful trick to keep in mind. I mean, we've used that trick earlier, I just haven't pointed it out. So yeah, we're getting in some damage now, it's good. Yep, Evil Blessing, no big deal. And now we use Judgment on this turn. And this turn we have to use Forge with Ivan, because it's kind of a scary turn, because we're basically relying on the Fusion Dragon not killing us in the one turn that he is going to get. We use Forge just because we got to do something with Ivan, and by using Forge we can set up for Kirin, which can kill in the case that Isaac dies, which is fine. So here's the Boreas and the Judgment, and now he uses Break on the next turn if I remember correctly. Yeah. So even with that, like, Mia's extra armor that we bought at Lullaferro kind of is important for her not dying there, so that armor is good. I got a little scared here, so I used Wish. I should have just used Fizz with Garrick on Mia, and used Luff with Mia instead, but actually it probably wouldn't have mattered. Oh well. In any case, we use Vine to lower the agility of the Fusion Dragon. And that's effectively the same as using Zephyr, except it's slightly, well, it's effectively the same, basically. Now we continue cycling through Djinn, use Fizz on Mia, Flash, Granite, you know, yada, standard stuff. We want to keep in mind that we are working towards a Thor, and we currently have 2 Jupiter Djinn. That means on the next turn Mia has to use Breeze. But that's okay, not a problem. Outer space on a Granite turn sucks, but it's not the end of the world. Double outer space on a Granite turn sucks even more, but again, it's not the end of the world. So this turn's Flash. Yeah, I was thinking, do I want to summon Judgment? No, you don't want to summon anything. We can use Sap now to recover a bit of HP, Flash, and Breeze. It's worth pointing out, because I probably haven't explicitly stated it, that Luff seals something synergy, and the only synergy that the Fusion Dragon has is Break. So by using Luff, you can be sure that you're not going to get broken. And by not being broken, it means that your summons have extra damage. Which is why we don't like seeing Break. It slows down the fight, basically. Okay, so Judgment. Continue working through Djinn here. Ground. So, this is a kind of scary turn, I guess. Because, again, it's like that turn before where we're basically hoping he doesn't do anything nasty. But with Breeze up, we're not as worried. So he's Dragon Driver, cool. Okay, Garrett's almost dead. That's kind of problematic, but we only need him to get off. Only need him to get off Boreas. If he can get off Boreas, that's fine. I just checked my agility there to make sure I could get Thor off. I knew I could, but I was just a little bit nervous at this point because Garrett was almost dead. So Flash and Luff. So Luff will stop him using any more breaks, which will keep my Venus boost on Isaac in case I need to use Ramses, which I do. So Thor. And once Boreas gets off, that's pretty much it. Like, there's nothing he can do to win after that. There we go, this is Boreas. And then Garrett went down. Admittedly, I was a little bit concerned, but everything's kind of set up to, like, kill him on this turn. Yeah, and so actually Kiran's gonna kill him. Why am I losing time on this? This doesn't make any sense. All that lag that we got in Venus too, basically. Yay, we killed it. There you go. And that's the Fusion Dragon. There's not really much more to say at this point. There's only one time-saving strat left, really, and that's if we talked... we can talk about it then, when it comes up. But let's do a bit of a review of the... how this run went. For the most part, the run was okay. I'm obviously not satisfied with things. Like, for instance, the bandits running away from me was not kind of acceptable. Me fucking up around Sleet and attack cancelling and Sleet running and bad things happening because of that's not a good thing either. Satoros didn't exactly go well either, but that's probably more a derivative of the problems I had with Sleet. Okay. Tret went largely pretty well. No complaints there. Killer 8 was also quite good. Djinn, fine. Alton, that was okay as well, if I remember correctly. What happened after that? Manticore. I should have gotten a fight before hard resetting and warping into the first room of the dungeon. But other than that, it went okay. Like, no major complaints about that. After that, we had Kraken, and I should have killed Kraken with a rainbow kill. It was just my mistake of not preparing Fever or Scorch appropriately, and okay, fine. That's my fault. I accept that. Squall again is something that I really should have paid attention to, and using Judgment, using Cybele and Nereid was just really dumb of me, and that shouldn't happen again. After that, everything's gone pretty well, actually. Like, I don't have any major gripes. I think everything went fairly well. I guess except for Suhala, which had a minor problem where they ran into the Manticore, but it didn't end up affecting much of the run. It just cost me an extra reset. That's not a problem, really. The Fusion Dragon fight went really well. I mean, obviously I'd have preferred it if it didn't use Break. But a 15-turn Fusion Dragon ain't bad. It's definitely not bad. So all in all, I'm pretty happy with this run, and I guess I will try to beat it in the future. But right now, I thought it was more important just to make a video of this and really explain what exactly is going on. And I have written about this before, but it's kind of tucked away in various forums and stuff. I guess if you want to learn the RNG manipulation stuff, the best place to go is Speed Demo's archive and look up for the Golden Sun thread there.
I made a big post there about the RNG manipulation, and how you can what controls it, what doesn't control it, what synergies are grouped together. It's a little outdated, but it gives you the gist of what's going on, and from there you can work out how other things are going. Otherwise, there's not that much to learn. I mean, the retreat warps are fairly well established, and yeah, there's not much more we can do with the retreat warps. Worst is run a sweeper script around the outside of the map and found all the retreat warps and stuff. So one little time saver here is that after this discussion, if we talk to Farron, it saves us walking back, and that saves a tiny bit of time, which is good. Time saving is good. No reason why we shouldn't save a few frames. There we go. No problem. Okay, and then yeah. So I'll probably continue running this game. I probably need a break from it because I did a lot of work on this over the past 3 weeks or so. Played this way more than I should have, and I'd really like to look at other projects like Golden Sun 2, revisiting Dark Dawn so Chiron doesn't steal my record, things like that. But yeah. It's really quite cool actually that we're discovering so much about Golden Sun, what, 12 years after it was originally released, and that we're putting so much work in and actually getting some really good times on this really, I think it's a classic game now. It really is one of the better games that came out on the GBA. I guess another thing that I should probably mention, because it won't be obvious, is I will probably keep running this game on my Twitch account. It's TL_Plexer. You can look me up. I'm around. You can also visit Team Liquid, find the speedrunning thread there, and I occasionally post in that, and you can find links to various things there. It's also quite a good resource for speedrunning, or just getting into speedrunning in general. Yeah, and you can find the original of this recording on my Twitch VOD archive. Really, the timer should be hit after Mia says her last words, but I can't be bothered keeping it up. The timer's a bit screwed at this point because of lag from the recording. But yeah, not much more to say. And that's the last line of dialogue, and we usually hit the final split there. Now we can enjoy the credits. And we'll play through the credits so I can show you the final in-game timer, which was 4:17, which is was very quick. Those sound cutouts was me modding people in my Twitch chat. But yeah, that's Golden Sun 1, 100%. I hope you guys enjoyed it. One last thing before we're done. I think I should give a shout out to all the people who do actually run this game. So there's obviously myself. I'm Plexer. I'm admin on TL. TL_Plexer is me on Twitch. There's Worcester, Worcester Loeb. He's very famous. I'm sure if you look him up, you'll find him. He's also a very excellent speedrunner of this game. Astrius, also a very good speedrunner of this game. I don't know when he'll get a run together, but he has promised me that he will eventually. So you should look into him. Another guy who has kind of given up on it because he's so demoralized because of how quick this is Arcano. He does single segment runs of this game, which doesn't have any of the RNG manipulation. His any percent time is actually slower than my 100% time now because of all the RNG manipulation, which is quite funny if you really think about it. Other than Arcano, we have Bloodduster, who's just getting into speedrunning this game, and he'll be a force to be reckoned with in time, I'm sure. There's also Chiron, who runs Dark Dawn, and we run Dark Dawn together. We're kind of like the only guys who run it. Eventually, when I get a good run of that, I'll probably upload a video of that as well. And there's also Kurt Q, who hasn't run this game in a very long time, and was more interested in doing a TAS of this run, but he gave us a lot of the original tools to be able to find the stuff like Lewis scripts, sweeper scripts, to be able to find these retreat warp doors and stuff. And yeah, he's pretty much a legend so far as Golden Sun speedrunning is concerned, so I gotta give a lot of props to him. Recently he's been running things like Quest and Bomberman and stuff. Quest 64, Bomberman 64, things like that. He's a great guy. Okay. And I don't know why the sound went. Oh yeah, I think I was modding people at this point or something like that. Yeah, so we'll save it. And let's see what the final time was. Well, we already know it's 4:17. Although we have to watch this little extra bit. Yeah. Eventually I'll do Golden Sun 2 properly, and I'll probably upload a video of that as well. I intend to run all the games competitively. Golden Sun 1, though, is the only one that has such extensive RNG manipulation, so the other games are much easier to get into. Oh, that lag. That lag is killing me. Okay, let's see this final time and then we can be done with this. And so yeah, I like to play a game with my stream when I finish a run, like what was the final time. I thought it was 4:14, others thought it was like 3 something, but let's see. It was 4:17. There we go. That's very quick. In any case, thanks for watching. If you'd like what you see, come watch me on Twitch, or keep an eye on my YouTube channel, which I eventually will add more stuff to, but in the meantime, thanks.